her today. So welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
The next item is chair updates. I don't have a particular update except just having mentioned that Scott Hayes is now a member of this committee, although he can't be here today.
Oh, no, he popped
Oh,
on.
he is?
He popped on while we were
Great.
taking public roll call.
Then I will introduce Scott Hayes and say thanks for being here. Scott, if you want to say a word or two. We hear that you're on the remote stream. I can't see you yet.
Still be loading them in. Hit admit.
So could we put that on gallery, or do you want to keep it that way?
There's a pause here because we're looking to see if we can get our screen on gallery so we can see all the participants at once. I think it's on speaker mode right now. Oh, Scott's here. Scott, thanks for joining the committee and thanks for being here today. You might be out of the room for a moment, but if we see you pop up in person, we'll ask you to introduce yourself later, just to say hello to everyone, and we can go around the room and introduce all of ourselves to you as well when that comes up. Next on the agenda is Mike presenting the Forest Resources Division update. What's that?
The other people identified.
Are there other public members? If there are other public members, members of the public, it's helpful if you turn on your camera and introduce yourself now. Mauricio, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a question quickly. Procedural question. Would you like us to keep cameras on or off? Some people during some meetings prefer to have the camera off because they're distracting or whatnot. What would your preference?
Personally, I think it's nice having the cameras on so we see each other. I certainly understand that most people can't keep their cameras on for 5 hours straight or something like that, but it does give us a sense of remembering that when we're doing a hybrid meeting, I think it's helpful to have a sense of both the people in the room and the people on the screen. Otherwise, I think we might forget to look up and see if your hands are up and if you want to speak up. So
perfect.
I'd say cameras on unless you need to turn them off.
Perfect. Connection per meeting, camera on. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, this is Scott Hayes. I finally found I'm doing this on an iPhone, so I'm not familiar with Zoom on an iPhone, but I did get it, and I thank you for, thank the board for getting me on the committee, and I look forward to working my role as a Northwest representative.
Yeah, thanks for being here. We hear you loud and clear, so your audio is working just fine. Would you be up for just summarizing a little bit about yourself, kind of like just the bio that you presented to the boards to remind us all of where you're from and how have you been involved in the past with forest issues?
Yes, my wife and I have 40 acres near Forest Grove, tree farm. It's in a tree farm system since 1996. I'm a forester graduate in the early 70s, worked for the Department of Forestry for 31 years in both the field jobs and staff. Retired in 2005 and been volunteering since then with OSWA. I was the president in 2015, I believe, and then tree farm system, I was the chair for a couple of years, and I'm active on the American Forest Foundation. That's the national parent organization of American Tree Farm System. I've been working with them on their Public Affairs Committee and the Woodland Operating Committee for 11 years. And I'm just ending that stint. So I look forward to working now with the CFF.
Welcome. Good experience there. I think we should go around the room. We don't do that every meeting, but that's okay. Just go around the table and then around the Zoom screen. So I think we'll start with Gary.
Well, I'm Gary Jensen, and representing the southern end of the Willamette Valley, a tree farmer and a retired forester.
Kate McMichael, I'm the landowner at large. Teresa and I have a small woodland property in the Mackenzie River area. I kind of feel like my niche is actually pretty small. So Scott, it's nice to hear another small property. Ours is 39 acres, but we're new woodland owners and also new woodland owners who got hit by one of the Labor Day fires and are learning that post-fire reforestation in a changing climate. Yeah.
Amanda Sullivan-Astor, I'm an ex officio member on the committee, representing the forest operating community through Associated Oregon Loggers. So, and I'm a certified forester with the Society of American Foresters, and engage on all sorts of different fun things with the department. So.
Give them.
I'm Angela Malcolm Stucker. I work in the Small Forest Landowner Assistance Support and Tracking Unit. I am working on the Forest Conservation Tax Credit primarily, which my colleague and I will be presenting to you on later in the meeting.
Morning, I'm Abigail Spagel. I'm the Small Forest Landowner Tax and Road Tracking Coordinator.
Morning, I'm Aaron Mickey. I am recently hired on as Training and Development Specialist with Small Forest Landowner Office in Forestlands.
Hi, I'm Glenn Ahrens, OSU Extension Forester, and represent the College of Forestry and OSU Extension Forestry Program. And my primary role is education and outreach to the audiences, women owners particularly, and else too.
I'm Heather Henderson. I am the Administrative Specialist for Mike Kroon, and my primary duty is just helping all you wonderful people to make these meetings successful.
Hi, everybody. I am Jessie Ebert. I am our Small Forest Landowner Implementation Support and Tracking Manager.
I'm Wendy Gerlach. I'm the landowner at large, so I'm not myself a forest landowner. I'm chair of the committee. I'm a lawyer, and I do projects having to do with forest land acquisitions and conservation projects. Worked on a carbon project. I'm also involved with the land trust community, and land trusts own forest land as well.
Good morning, I'm Mike Kroon. I'm one of two deputy chiefs for the Forest Resources Division that we've recently formed. I'm on the all land side of the division, so I've asked several folks here to come to the meetings to kind of give me updates on what's going on as time goes on and as we start setting these up. So you'll start seeing a lot more of my staff showing up at these meetings to kind of give updates. And Tim's not mine, but he shows up anyway to give some good information.
Tim Hoffman, Public Affairs Officer. I've been doing everything 762 and private forest accord, transitioning away from the Senate Bill 762 stuff, because there's so many outreach and communications issues with Forest Practices Act, so devoting a lot more time to that with our web pages and products and public meetings. So we'll hear a little bit more about some of those later today.
Rick, I'm going through this, starting on the upper left with Rick from the Zoom screen.
Oh, great. We're not going alphabetical. That's good. I appreciate that. I'm Rick Zen. I'm an old teacher and the executive director of the Oregon Small Woodlands Association. Our office is in Salem. I work remotely, and I'm going to be traveling a lot the next 2 weeks. And so I expect to see many of you in person and have a good meal. We just got off the phone with 28 volunteers on our government affairs team, and we're preparing to engage for the legislature. So happy to be with you today. Thank you.
Ricky?
Hi, everyone. I'm Ricky Heath. I'm an environmental educator for OFRI, and I work closely with Julie Woodward, who's our director of Forestry. Sorry, director of Forestry.
Kayla?
Hi, folks. I'm Kayla Swanson. I work for the Conservation Fund. I keep saying Columbia Land Trust, Wendy. It's been 2 meetings because we work closely with Columbia Land Trust. I've been on this committee. This is my second turn. I'm the conservation representative, and have worked in a number of different roles in conservation. The Conservation Fund is a national nonprofit and is headquartered in Washington, D.C. I work remotely and I'm based in Bend. We are a bridge buyer as a land trust, so we help acquire land in the short term and then work with local groups, whether those are land trusts or government entities or sometimes individuals, to permanently protect and acquire that land. I work in forest conservation on the Working Forest Fund team, and be happy to talk to you about that some other time if you'd like. Thanks.
Josh?
Yeah, good morning. Josh Hansen, I'm ODF staff. I'm the SFISH coordinator. So that's a small forest land investment in stream habitat. And also I'm a fish biologist by trade and as well as a small forest land owner. So kind of have some unique experiences and to bring to the SFISH coordinator position. So excited to get to know everyone in this group and start working with you all.
Thanks. Maurizio?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maurizio Valerio. I'm an Eastern Oregon landowner representative with this committee. Thank you. I'm also the vice chair of our Northeast Oregon OSWA chapter. I'm member of the Eastern Oregon Board of Trustees. My wife and I graduated from the Master Woodland Management program with OSU, fantastic program, and we've been managing our land for family forest land since 1990 on the west slopes of the Wallowa Mountains. We own short of 500 acres of land.
Thanks. So on the Zoom screen right now, we next hit a number of people who I believe are, like Heather and all, are in the room. And maybe you can help me, Mike, with picking up the next.
Dee Patton.
If you're a member of the public, you could just mention your name and what your interest is and who you're associated with right now as we go through the Zoom screen. Kay Burdon is not department? Kay Burdon?
I'm a stewardship forester for Oregon Department of Forestry out of Lakeview.
Russ Glasscock? T. Beer? Dave Bugney?
Hi, I'm Dave Bugney. I'm a member of the Oregon Small Woodlands Association and a small woodland owner up here in Estacada.
Thanks. And Amy Singh.
Hi, my name is Amy Singh. I'm with the Oregon Department of Forestry, and I manage the Forest Legacy Program, which operates a working group within CFF.
She's technically a staff here at ODF, or at Salem, but yeah.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thanks for going through the intros. It's really nice to have a reminder of what everyone's up to and their affiliations. So thanks for that. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Mike.
All right. I'm going to probably keep mine this. I'm going to try and keep this on schedule, so it might be a little bit brief. I don't want to try and steal the thunder from everybody that came here, so I'm just going to touch briefly on a few things. So everybody, we've been getting questions from the public about training from the changes to the Forest Practices Act. So a lot of that's coming. I know Aaron's going to probably mention some of that, maybe not. Okay, but we are getting set to run our SFO foresters, small forest land owner foresters, and our stewardship foresters through some training in I believe February, March timeframe. We're going to do them in cohorts. We're not going to have everybody here all at the same time. We're march them through several different training regimes, then get them back out to their jobs so that we don't empty the offices. Purpose for running everybody through all the stewardship courses and SFO courses to get everybody up to the same level of training, understanding of the Forest Practices Act, so that we have consistency across the state. Obviously, each of those is a week-long training. Week is not enough for a stewardship forester or an SFO forester to fully learn their jobs, so they will be coming back at least in the fall to pick up on some of the specialty items that they specialty training they may need to help them with their jobs. As an example, some of the small forest land owner pieces, tax credit, the SFISH program, the roads, they'll most likely need to come back again to get further training on that. We're just trying to get a lot of these folks, they're new to ODF, we're just trying to get them all at the same level within the Forest Practices Act to begin with. And then after we get at least our stewardship foresters and SFO foresters through, we're going to bring some of the staff in, some of the uniforesters, some of the uniforesters and other admin staff out in the districts in to kind of give them some base level training. And then we're also setting up some time frames to go out and meet with the general public, landowners and public to get some of that training as well. And I think I'll let Jim kind of talk as to where those are going to be and when. And then so training and then outreach is the other piece. Again, I'm going to let Tim show you the webpage that he has up there. We've put together quite a bit of outreach because we've been getting a lot of questions from people about what's going on, what's where. So I don't want to steal Tim's thunder. I'm going to let him talk about that one. And then finally, two more things. I have the hiring going on. I have one more manager that I need to hire within the small forest landowner office. I have Nate Eaglesoff filling in as an interim manager right now. So the last piece I need to get put in place for the small forest owner office for managers. And then we have, I believe, out of the whole private forestry court pieces, I think we have maybe 4 positions still to fill in Salem staff. And these are positions we had planned on hiring later on in the year anyway. So we're on our timeline to get those folks hired. And actually, I think we can hire a few of them early on because we want to get some of these programs going early on. And then the last piece here, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Wendy, is the legislation session is in full swing right now. In fact, some people aren't here. They're actually at legislative training to learn how to write, trying to think how to listen to the legislative sessions and how to write up notes on those, and then how to also fill out bill tracker, which is a program we use in ODF for tracking the bills that come through ODF, who to assign those to, and then give them kind of an idea of just how quick of a turnaround it is when you have to comment on a bill, especially in state forestry. You typically have less than 24 hours to do some of the turnaround time on some of these bills. So we got a lot of folks, I think about 40 or 50, I think they're online actually learning how to do all that bill tracking. And I think the recording it, so I know several folks in here are probably going to watch that later on to pick up on that. I know Josh Bernard's downtown yesterday. He might be down there again today, our deputy chief, to answer questions early on in the session. I'm sure Nick Hanneman and I will probably get pulled down there sometime. I'm expected during the legislative session. And so for those of you new to the legislative session, it gets really busy this time of year, and it kind of slows down for a little bit. And then in March, April timeframe, it picks right back up again until legislation ends. I mean, a lot of you have been through that before. So if we're a little bit busy now and in March, that's why. So I just want to let you know about that. And then that's all I have, Wendy, for an update. I can let these folks kind of
thanks.
go on.
One thing I would mention on the legislative side, that the department does provide like the ad hoc meeting on Friday mornings where they run through, and if you need a link to that, you can contact me or Mike, because that, if you want to follow what's going on and hear summaries of department related issues, that's like an hour call where they go through what bills are up and a good summary. And I meant to mention at the beginning about organizational parts of this meeting. If people can't hear anyone's mics, like if we are not putting the mic in the right place in front of us, please just speak up, because it would be awful to have people not hearing and not get that feedback. Any questions for Mike from his update? If not, then we'll hand it over to, for the Small Forest Landowner Office update for Jesse.
Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Jessie Ebert, Small Forest Landowner Implementation Support and Tracking Manager. Don't have a whole lot of new updates because there isn't a lot of new changes necessarily. Kind of like Mike mentioned, we are looking at doing a lot of training coming up here in February and March. My lovely team here is working on getting all of that information together. We are also working with our adaptive management coordinator and manager. Her name is Rebecca Bodner, and she is currently working on getting an overarching view of what ODF training will be like set up. We want to make sure that we're really on brand and on point with all of our messaging, and we're consistent across the board, as opposed to kind of having these random trainings here and there about different things. We really want to make sure that our messaging is consistent and that our mission is consistent throughout everything that we do. Another thing that we are working on with that training, we're coordinating with our diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. Her name is Megan Donaker, and we're really making sure that all of the training that we are looking to provide, it's very inclusive, I guess I would say. We want to make sure that we are conscious about, different font types that we're using and the different outreach that we do. So having things both verbal and in person and online and in writing, so that everybody who has different learning styles is able to review and kind of communicate in a way that makes best sense to them. Another thing that we are going to look at is working with our public affairs person, Tim Hoffman, to look at doing some potential videos for YouTube in regards to the new rules going into effect with the Small Forest Landowner Office in particular. We're also looking at adding a online calendar for both internal and external people so that everybody knows kind of what ODS is and where we're going, and it's all in one place. So we have all of the different training, but also outreach meetings and, you know, different meetings in general so that we can have it all in one place so that they have both internal staff and external folks are able to have that and attend when necessary and if they want to. Another thing that we are currently working on with all of that is on the tracking side of things. We're working with one of our internal ODS staff, her name's Rebecca McCowan, and she is looking at the TMDL report and tracking all of the efforts that ODS is currently making in regards to external outreach. And finally, last little thing I have for you here, we have our new team members coming on board for the SFO office, and 3 of them are here with you today. I'm really excited to introduce. They're going to talk about our forest conservation tax credit, and then our other team member, Josh Hansen, is online with us today, and he's going to be, hi Josh, he's going to be talking about S-Fish with you all in our next meeting. I think that that's all that I have. I don't want to take up too much of what Tim's going to talk about. We'll jump on that a little bit later with the website, which we're really excited about. And I think that's all I got for you.
I'm trying to remember, there was mention, I think, at our last meeting, it may be about the members on this committee do some testing, like checking out the website. Is that end up happening? Is that an opportunity?
No, not yet. So we are currently still in the draft stage of the website. And I think that that's something that we're going to talk about a little bit today is kind of see what information we have, what you all think would be helpful to maybe add to the website to really have that be kind of our one-stop shop for small forest landowners so that they're able to do it all on one website instead of trying to dig and hunt through a bunch of different places. So that's the goal.
If I may,
Yeah.
Is there any possibility of working with OSU, an extension, through their forest, Elliott and McDonald up here, and setting up examples of how the program's going to be implemented in on-site, on-ground classes that people could attend, and physically what it's like for riparian protection zone with the new protection laws, what it's like for scattered residual trees left on a high or steep hillside. So those issues as they would impact the small woodlot owner, I would really think there could be some positives if OSU can work with examples and class structure to give some training to private landowners.
Oh, I think that's an excellent idea. I think that fits right into our diversity, equity, and inclusion push and making sure that we're able to have that visual. I think that's a great idea. I'll have to chat with Mike and see if that's something that we might be able to set up. But I really like that idea.
Glenn, is it a realistic plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, whenever there's been changes in forest practices rules in particular, but even just in general, how do you interpret the forest protection laws, the illustrated manual, which will be updated at some point to reflect the new rules? So yeah, I think we're quite open. The trick is to find, good sites, good places on the land where that can be done. We have done them at the Hopkins demonstration forest, but it has, a limited amount of riparian and topographic kind of situation. So certainly, we should talk with Steve Fitzgerald, the director of the College Forest, and others. And it doesn't have to be on an OSU forest. Sometimes they do that with cooperating landowners that want to provide an opportunity, on their tree farm, their forest, to illustrate that. So I think there's definitely potential and extension. It's on our list of things that we would do. We're kind of just going to have to wait to see the clarification of it and how we might partner with ODS and with landowners and set up some of these demonstration areas and do workshops.
And that could be an effort that one runs through the Partnership for Forestry Education.
Yeah, I think OFRI could be a good player.
Yeah, because OFRI's on that, ODS on that, OSU's on that, and different landowners and stuff. as well. Well, and if some of it could also be recorded, then for people who weren't able to make it in person, they could see it, because having gone to a number of workshops where it's just a presentation of here are the rules, it's deadly, I think, for the people doing those presentations, but it's also really hard to comprehend what that looks like on your own property, and you get so distracted going, but thinking about something on your own land and making all sorts of assumptions, and I think that might maybe pull some people back from the ledge in terms of some of their anxiety about what the impacts are and aren't when you can actually see something boots on the ground. But if it was also something you could access later and look at again, because sometimes you have to, I mean, speaking as a new landowner, like 3, 4, 5 times, you need to kind of keep seeing it over and over again if you're new to it. And I think some people that may not know they're landowners that are going to be impacted by something. So.
I was just going to ask, I think all of these ideas sound great. I feel like at one point, maybe Mike, I feel like we might have talked about, and maybe also Rick at OSWA, in addition to the illustrated updated forest practice rules, that like a case study where, I mean, I think being on the ground and doing the workshop, like having the opportunity to ask questions is so important, but to maybe also have some sort of case studies on like, here's an example, not just of how the rules are applied and what they look like, but what does that mean for, let's use some example economics on the forest and think about what that means for your bottom line, as well as what it might mean for different management objectives. Like if there were capacity to do that either at ODF in the small forest owner office or with OSU, I think it'd be helpful for people to see, what the implications are as well as what the rules are and how the tax credit would apply. Maybe that's something that they'll present on later.
I'm curious whether there are mapping tools that people use, because isn't EcoTrust a member of the Partnership for Forest Education, or I think I'm saying
they are.
Yeah. They have a mapping tool, and I was thinking, like, in this situation, it would be so useful having a mapping tool that people be trained to use to, like, do, like, stream categories and riparian buffers and things like that. That may be in the future rather than now.
And the hard part is depending on what's being accessed in terms of the data. I mean, every time we've looked up our property on different mapping tools, sometimes it just makes us want to cry because it just shows what it looked like, pre-2020. And it hasn't caught up to anything yet. And so those are great, but also not something that you can always rely on. Actually, the EcoTrust one right now is, I think, more reliable than even just basic Google Earth doesn't show the right stuff.
Right. So keep in mind, we have TrainWorks working on that modeling project. So that'll be one of 2 tools you can use to identify streams and what they are. So just a caution in using all these other different models, because I think, if I remember correctly, the PFA is going to be based upon either that model or on the ground surveys.
I think I'm remembering this right. The letter of the law will be what is then imported into Fern from terrain work, as far as perenniality, stream classification, and things like that.
I mean, we're all kind of waiting to see clarification of a lot of this, but some issues I know is that there's going to be, a certain number of landowners and I know it's addressed in it, that are just having inordinate impacts because of the lay of their land and how many streams they have. And expecting folks to handle this kind of the do-it-yourself way is not going to be realistic for a lot of people, especially because, they feel like, well, how I was operating before, just being imposed on me, I need help. So I'm assuming that the department of the small forest owner office is going to have a lot of tools for assistance. But there's going to be a lot of folks that aren't going to not going to be interested in the DIY version. And so I'm hoping there's, tools and some programs and assistance for that. I'm assuming that's part of it. But it's hard to talk about it when it's yet to be developed. But that's going to be an issue that, we're going to need. Like the EcoTrust, the land mapper, and people that I work with. So here's what you can do: Google Maps, or go to your local Saltwater Conservation District, which is actually an excellent place to go to get a lot of help with maps, because they often have
you guys thought about, doing any sort of like town halls or meet your forester type things? You're looking at Tim.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tim.
Because that could be a good opportunity just for people to know even who to go to, because you're gonna have these specialists at the local level, right? Or that's the intent.
Yep.
With the small forestland foresters, or I can't remember what you guys are calling them, but, and so that might be a great opportunity to try to do some sort of a town hall or meet and greet, even just to let people know that these resources exist, you know, human resources.
To answer Glenn's question, that's why we hired the 12 extra foresters,
Yeah.
plus a few more, just to get that help the small woodland owners. I mean, that was kind of expected out of it.
Yeah.
We'll have to tread the line between that and what the what do you call them, the consulting foresters are wanting to do. We'll have to have that conversation with them to make sure we don't step into programs and things that they're already doing as well. I want to be careful of that, I guess. Make sure I don't take away something that they're doing already. The part about the training in the town halls is, the expectation is the SFOs. It's always been of the stewardship foresters as well. If there's an Oswald meeting, if there's this Oregon Tree Farm System meeting, if there's a Watershed Council meeting, if the expert that goes to it will be that stewardship forester. If they need help from Salem, we'll come, we'll give them the videos, training to help them through that piece. But yeah, that's the my expectation anyway, is that the SFO foresters and stewardship foresters will both be available to help with that training at the local level. They'll be the experts that people go to.
I just one other quick question, if that's okay, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
With all the new hires, is there any way for the CFF members to get an updated org chart? Are you guys working on that?
Yeah, I can send that out.
Okay.
You guys look at a lot of updates.
It changes quite often.
Yeah, and maybe right now isn't the right time as there continues to be some change, but knowing just folks' names and where their, what their position titles are, I think would be really helpful for folks on this committee, I think.
I think that's a good point. And there's fewer like of those little boxes with nothing in it, which
Yeah.
work.
Yeah. I think the last one I saw had a lot of vacancies. So.
Along those same lines, I had a request to sort of an org chart, sort of with a photo and a contact for stewardship foresters in the area. So I didn't even get a chance to talk about that yet, but keep requesting things that you think would be helpful, and we'll see how many we can do, I guess.
Yeah.
Is kind of my advice. The more you ask for, the more we can try to do it. It's just a matter of resources and what we can do. And it's a unique situation where here in Salem, kind of driving the rules, but then to implement them, it's out in the district. So we're trying to be consistent. I'm getting into what I'm going to talk about a little bit, but we're trying to be consistent with our messaging so everybody gets the same message from the same people, no matter where they're at. So that's a big push right now, internally and externally. That's why we're doing the internal training. And the hard part is, externally, you guys want information right now, and we're still figuring out getting products, graphics, things that help out with that communication process. So it's a big slice of the pie, so to speak, the communication part. So we have a lot of things going on. I'll read more of that a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we good to move on to Angela and Abigail? Thanks.
All right. So again, good morning. I'm Abigail Spagel. I'm the Small Forestland Owner Tax and Road Tracking Coordinator, and I'm here with my coworker, Angela Malcolm-Stucker, to provide a rather high-level overview of the Forest Conservation Tax Credit. We're getting our slideshow up and ready so everyone can have that to look at as we work through this. Oh, there you are. One moment, folks, while we get that up. All right, so moving on, we wanted to begin with just a little bit more of the background, and Angela, do you want to go for it? So starting with the background and summary of the program, so the Forest Conservation Tax Credit was created by the legislature in 2022 to provide a financial benefit to small forest land owners who support conservation and habitat protection by retaining a larger unharvested area next to streams for the protection of wildlife habitat and aquatic species. Small forest land owners who agree to limit timber harvest in their conservation area for 50 years by following the standard practice for harvest rather than the small forest land owner minimum option can receive a tax credit based on the value of the unharvested timber inside the conservation area, as well as related costs. So as you all know, we in the Small Forest Land Owner Office are in the process of developing this program and are currently working on finalizing internal and external processes, as well as creating landowner guidance. So because of this, we might not be able to provide detailed information about some aspects of the program today, but your input is very important to us. So if you have any concerns or questions at this stage of the development of the program, do just let us know, and we want to make sure we're taking that back as we continue our work and considering that as we create materials or are going out to speak to folks. All right, so with that, I just wanted to do a walkthrough of the process for a small forest land owner to receive the forest conservation tax credit. So that begins with a small forest land owner confirming that they qualify as a small forest land owner. So that means they own less than 5,000 acres of forest land in Oregon. They've harvested an average of less than 2 million board feet of Oregon timber per year during the last 3 years, and they don't expect to harvest more than 2 million board feet of Oregon timber per year during the next 10 years. So there are some special circumstances we just wanted to note that is possible for the state forester to allow a landowner to receive the tax credit. If they do exceed harvest volume, there are some specific circumstances such as a small forest land owner conducting a harvest to meet estate taxes, extorting medical bills, things like that. So if small forest land owner is interested in sort of exploring that exception, we would just have them contact the small forest land owner office to have that conversation. So after they've confirmed that they qualify as a small forest land owner, they would need to be submitting a notification of operation for a timber harvest, specifically a type 1, 2, or 3, because type 4 harvests are not eligible for the tax credit. And that harvest must be next to an eligible stream with specific vegetation retention requirements. And the harvest area must be at least the same size or larger than the area that will not be harvested. So additionally, of course, small forest land owner must agree to follow the standard practice harvesting rules and indicate their intent to apply for the tax credit. So the next step to obtain the tax credit is to provide the Small Forest Land Owner Office information and documentation that will allow us to determine the amount of the tax credit and issue a certificate of eligibility. So the requirement has some really specific timelines. So the information is required to be to us after the notification of operation, but within 3 months of the completion of the timber harvest. So the information and documentation required that I just mentioned is needed to calculate the tax credit amount. And the amount of the tax credit that the small forest land owner can receive is determined through the calculation of the stumpage value for the forest conservation area, as well as costs associated with obtaining the tax credit. So that's the cost of filing a deed restriction and the cost of appraisal. So next we're going to kind of talk through each section of that tax credit calculation. So really the foundation of the tax credit is the forest conservation area, and that's determined by identifying the difference between standard practice and a minimum option harvest boundaries. And as we know, when we're talking about standard practice and a minimum option, we're referring to the different rules related to harvesting trees in riparian areas within which vegetation retention and special management practices are required for the protection of water quality, water movement, fish and wildlife habitat based on stream size and type. So the minimum option, just to kind of recap for folks who might not be as familiar, really just allows small forest land owners to harvest a little bit closer to the edge of streams, as opposed to other landowners who might have to leave a greater amount of unharvested land next to streams. And thus the difference between those two rules create two different boundaries, and it's that space in between those boundaries that we look at as the forest conservation area. So given sort of the different requirements for vegetation retention based on stream size and type, as well as the location within the state, these harvest boundaries are going to be different and create different size forest conservation areas for small forest land owners based on their sort of unique situation. So the amount of the tax credit is based on stumpage value of the timber left unharvested in the forest conservation area. Again, that's the area between where the small forest landowner could have harvested based on the small forest landowner minimum option and where they did harvest based on the standard practice harvest rules. So as many of us likely know, when we're talking about stumpage value, we're really looking at the value of standing timber. So based on the amount a landowner could have received for the trees if they were harvested minus harvest and delivery costs. So this is really sort of a landowner's estimated net profit from a potential harvest operation. And so for the forest conservation tax credit, there are 3 approved methods for determining stumpage value, and each has its own specific information and documentation requirements that would need to be provided to the small forest landowner office. And those approved methods are the conversion return method, the actual comparison method, and the cash flow modeling method. And as I mentioned, they all have unique requirements for information and documentation. But the descriptions and requirements for those, we won't get into here, but they're discussed very specifically in rule, specifically OAR 629, 607, 0500, and then on page 196 of the private forest accord report. So moving on, depending on the situation, the stumpage value amount used in the credit calculation is a specific percentage of the stumpage value provided by the small forest landowner. So I think what we have here, what we imagine being the most common scenario is that first percentage, 100%. So that would be 100% of the stumpage value of the forest conservation area is used if the small forest landowner harvested using standard practice rules and requested the tax credit for the conservation area. So this is really a small forest landowner who, from the very get-go, was interested in receiving the forest conservation and indicated that at the time that they submitted the notice. So that second percentage there is more specific to a particular area of land. So the 50% of the stumpage value would be used for land between minimum option harvest boundary and the edge of a dry stream channel area required to be retained for small type NP tributaries to fish-bearing streams. So when a small forest landowner has requested the tax credit and their land has a specific type of area, they would receive 50% of the stumpage value for that specific area. And then lastly, we have the unique situation related to harvest limits within a fifth field watershed. So with 125% of the stumpage value, we would be using that if the small forest landowner who initially requested to harvest using the minimum option ended up not being able to do so because their land was within a fifth field watershed and the minimum option harvesting wasn't available at that time. So at that point, they have the option to then go ahead and use standard practice and then be eligible and receive the tax credit at that point. So
go ahead. That last bullet point,
yes,
has to do with the percentage of acreage in some, like a watershed unit or something like that. Could you say a little more about that last bullet?
Yeah, absolutely. So within fifth field watersheds, there's a 5% max related to fish and non-fish streams that can be harvested. And so there will be points in time when that 5% has been reached and harvesting wouldn't be an option. And so should someone intend to harvest using that minimum option, find out in fact it's not available to them, they would then be informed that they could use standard practice and then participate in the tax credit instead.
Okay. No. Thank you.
Yeah. So once we've kind of determined that critical piece of the stumpage value portion of the tax credit calculation, we move on to some other considerations. So as mentioned before, there are 2 additional areas of cost for the small forest landowner that are relevant in determining the tax credit amount. So those are costs associated with determining the stumpage value, so the appraisal cost, and then cost of filing a deed restriction with the county. So we talked a few slides back around sort of how to determine stumpage value and the various methods you could use to do so. And that could result in a small forest landowner having costs associated with that appraisal, which would be taken into account in the credit calculation. Likewise, the small forest landowner will have to pay for the cost of filing a deed with the county related to the tax credit, and I'm going to be touching on that on the next slide. But those are the final 2 pieces needed to calculate the total of the forest conservation tax credit. So once we're to the point in the process where the small forest landowner has provided the information necessary for us to determine the amount of the tax credit. We, as the Small Forest Land Owner Office, provide a tax credit certificate to the Small Forest Land Owner as well as to the Department of Revenue. At that point, the small forest land owner will need to file a land deed restriction with the county clerk in the county where the forest conservation area is located. This land deed restriction prohibits timber harvest on the conservation area for 50 years. So once the small forest land owner receives a tax credit, they're able to apply that to their tax liability to offset Oregon income or estate taxes. And the tax credit can be used in any tax year moving forward in a lump sum or spread out over a number of tax years, either consecutive or non-consecutive, and will carry forward until it is completely exhausted by the small forest land owner or their heirs, as any unused credit becomes part of the small forest land owner's estate and then is transferable to heirs. So if the forest land is sold, however, the tax credit remains with the original owner or the original owner's heirs and cannot be transferred. So the new owner must follow the harvest restrictions or repay amount of the tax credit plus interest from the date of the transfer of the land title. So if the landowner who originally applied for and received the tax credit wishes to use the minimum option or just remove the deed restriction, that landowner must notify the small forest land owner office and repay any credit that's been used with interest. If a subsequent landowner, who was not an heir of the land of the original landowner, so someone who has purchased this land, wishes to use the minimum option or remove the deed restriction, the new owner must repay the original amount of the credit received by the previous owner with interest from the date of acquisition of the property. So a little bit different there depending on who is taking those actions. If a landowner should sort of intentionally harvest this conservation area, where the credit has been issued and a deed restriction prohibits the harvest, the landowner will be in violation of the Forest Practices Act and subject to penalties for the violation. And additionally, of course, the tax credit certification will be revoked and the amount of any credit used must be repaid with interest. So that concludes our sort of high-level overview of the Forest Conservation Tax Credit Program. But as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, there are a lot of the processes that and the details are still in development, but we do welcome any feedback as we move forward. And once we've kind of walked through that, the process and supports necessary to implement and use this tax credit program, we'll be providing training to small forest land owners and others beginning this spring. And additionally, in time, we'll have our small forest land owner website, which will provide information about the programs and assistance provided by the office, as well as contain a frequently asked questions portion that I think will be able to address some questions that we think will be common or concerns that small forest land owners have brought forward. And I think Tim's going to talk to us maybe a little bit about that in a bit. But as I'm sure you've heard from our manager, we're really committed to making this program as accessible and user-friendly as possible. And as the small forest land owner support and tracking team, we are really open to contact from small forest land owners in whatever way works for them. But really, we are always going to be looking to be of assistance. So just know that we are here to help in any way that we can. And with that, I guess I would just like to thank you all for your time and look forward to seeing you when we have additional program details to share. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a clarification question. I've only been in forestry 10 months, so I was just wondering, the stumpage value and the tax credit, is that like going to equal out to what, if you harvested on the land? Is that the intent of the credit?
Yeah, so the stumpage value specifically is, so we have standing trees, you don't want to harvest them, but we want to know what the value would be if you did. And so that's part of like really the base sort of number of what the tax credit would be, plus those additional fees that come from the tax credit, like the appraisal costs or, filing for the deed. So yeah, that is the general concept related to that.
So it's basically almost a one-for-one offset with the value of the timber.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we do have those other calculations that come into play, but again, I think the most common will be that 100% of the stumpage value.
Okay, so if it's hypothetically a $20,000 small harvest, that would be the tax credit.
Yeah.
With some appraisal fees and those other ones you talked about.
That's correct.
For clarity now, sure. The landowner that received the tax credit has no right to resell that credit?
That's correct. correct. It is not transferable, so if they were to sell their land that holds that, the conservation area and that credit, that does not go to the new owner. It can only be transferred, through a small forest landowner and their heirs, going to their heirs, yeah.
The one piece we talked about there is the 5% within a watershed basin. So part of what, we're not going to talk about today is the GIS piece of that and trying to determine whether or not you actually meet that requirement or not. So we got folks working on that. I didn't want to go into detail right now because it's a lot of work that they're trying to get through right now before next January. So.
Yeah, so Gary's question makes me wonder about whether or not the amount of income from the harvested adjacent unit, or whatever you want to call it, matches up and with the timing of the credit, right? Because you would want them to match up so that the year you get the income from the harvest, you can use that credit, rather than have the income come in first and then after that get the credit. So have you thought, is that part of this, making sure that those match up so it's usable against the income from the actual harvest that happens?
Yeah, I think that's one of the considerations we're thinking about as we work with the Department of Revenue in our partnership, just sort of what this really means and what advice is appropriate for us to give to folks as they're making those very specific considerations.
Yeah.
But I think that's a great point, and I think for us that's also what makes sense for folks.
And the credit is, you can use it on income taxes or estate taxes, but not your harvest taxes.
Great clarification. That I think we have some questions as far as related to our work with DOR about clarifying some of that, because I think they also had some questions about that. So obviously I think that's an incredibly important question for us to be able to answer and be really clear about. But I think for us, before we can maybe give that advice, we would want to do a little bit more work with our folks at DOR.
Could you clarify that 50%, where it could be 50%?
Oh, sure.
That one was.
Yeah. So, and I don't know if we have how frequent this would be, but specifically that the 50% is related to area. So folks have land, part of this land that could be in a conservation or near the adjacent to their timber harvest and riparian would be specific to, and I'm going to read it word for word so I'm not making any mistakes here. It would be used for land between the minimum option harvest boundary and the edge of a dry stream channel area required to be retained for small type NP tributaries to fish-bearing streams. And there are some really, that's sort of a kind of like an overview of that. There's some other really specific information in rule. So I think those are one of the areas where I foresee, as far as how we support small forest landowners, could be, to be frank, a little bit tricky. And so I think for us to be able to either connect with the SFO foresters who would be out in there, sort of out with folks, because some of that I think could be a difficult area to make sure that we're getting that that area right and really understanding sort of what someone is due if they're interested in the tax credit. Yeah.
Because I know that when I first read through the rules, I was hit a point where I didn't even quite understand what a stream was anymore. Like I thought I did, but then there'd be something else that would conflict, that would contradict that. But I would and I actually feel like I read English fairly well. And so that's where some of those questions may come up if you've got lots of different sort of stream areas and and what really counts as a stream and what doesn't. And like I know that on our property post fire, streams look different. Like they've appeared where we hadn't seen them before, or disappeared, or so.
Right, yeah, no, thank you. And I think for us specifically, as we move through thinking about sort of specific guidance, I think that really does seem like an area that could use some support.
What's the logic of that? I think things are sometimes easier to understand if you understand the logic. So that they couldn't harvest it anyway, so you reduce from 100% to 50%? Is that what's going on?
I mean, that is true. I don't know that I, being fairly new to the department, feel like I could speak very eloquently as to the intent of that. So I don't know if Jesse or Mike has some specific information about how that came to be.
I wasn't involved, so I don't know how that or why that specific rule came about. I think they're trying to pick up pieces of those dry channels that flow water part of the year. So I don't know if that's specific to Eastern Oregon, or if it's actually dry. I think it's both. I think it's Eastern Oregon pieces of, when you lay out a timber sale, all of a sudden you see this channel going up the hill. I think that's what they're talking about, the dry channel that can influence that fish stream. I believe that's my interpretation of it. But part of this, I think, between now, we talked about the training, so part of that will be the SFO Forester training, and you mentioned the layout, doing the stuff. I think those are the pieces that'll be important. Because we did go on that tour, I keep pointing at people that are not here, on the Oshawa tour, and they did lay out, I think Hampton laid out some of those screening buffers, and I was same boat you were, Kate, until they started laying that out. I go, oh, okay, that's what that means, that for this specific. So once you see it out there, you're like, okay, I get it. So I think a lot of those visuals won't be needed for those smaller pieces there, just for us to figure out too. So I mean, I've got it in my head what I think it is, but it might be something different on the ground. So
I have a comment. I have a comment and question, Scott Hayes.
Go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead.
I think it was Gary's comment about being able to sell the tax credits, and that's not possible. I think that's going to be an issue. It seems like it should be a right that a landowner could transfer that. Saying that, if the landowner, so if I sell my land to Gary and I have this tax credit, I keep it, but there's really nothing keeping Gary from harvesting that RMA, which triggers a payback by me. So except for a contract obligation, I think that's going to be an issue with some landowners.
Well, and just as a point of clarification too, so in the rule, it does specifically talk about, and Angela, please hop in if I need some clarification, but that when you have sold the land, so say you sell your land to Gary, you keep that tax credit. Gary decides he wants to go ahead and harvest there and using minimum options, so kind of in despite having that deed restriction. That we would end up, one of the possible outcomes would be revocation, but that does not necessarily, well, it does not impact your ability as the original landowner to have that tax credit. And Angela, I'm just checking in with you to make sure that we have that. Yes, that's a clear understanding. Yeah.
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
Well, one point taking on this that, I've seen from my personal experience over the years that haven't been under this particular process, but we have people that buy land for the money purposes of logging.
Absolutely.
And so you can have an old family set up one of these programs and be under a tax credit and sell to an investor that comes in, and his whole intent or her whole intent is simply to log all its merchantable. That will be the process that will take place, and they'll move on. Not meeting the goals of what you're trying to do, and that where you look at it, is the original landowner liable, like Scott's saying, is, he's got tax credit. I've had it, but all of a sudden that piece of property now is definitely different.
It would be the responsibility of the investor who purchased the land to repay the tax credit. It wouldn't be meeting the intent at that point, and that's why the person who's paying back that money plus interest decides to violate the harvest limitation.
Okay.
I think.
All component of it.
Yes. Yes.
Scott, were you able to hear that answer? Because it's, Abigail? Yeah. Were you able to hear that? It was interesting what you were saying, the details.
Sorry, I'll take this off for a minute. So if the original landowner sells sells the land to an investor, the investor would then be the one responsible for having the deed restriction removed and repaying the full value of the tax credit that was issued to the original landowner plus interest. If they just harvested without having that removed, then they would be subject to enforcement, removal of the tax credit, also repayment, but violation of the forest practice.
This is Scott again. I think this whole issue will have a chilling effect on landowners' interest in entering into one of these contracts. And also, I think I'd like to hear staff's comments on the 50-year. I know that was part of the negotiations coming in, but American Forest Foundation has a carbon program that they've piloted in Pennsylvania, They started it at 50-year contract with landowners and they got no takers. When they dropped it to 20, it's actually the pilot and the carbon program took off and it's really successful. So I'm afraid that the 50-year deed restriction will also have a chilling effect.
Now, Mike could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the 50 years is related to the length of the habitat conservation plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the 50
And
years.
And I know where Scott's going with this. It's, that could be a possibility, Scott, but I'd rather not have my staff speculate on that. So that could be a deterrent for people entering into that tax credit.
Well, that's true. And I think you'll see who, people come to the party or they won't. And I think you need to think about a strategy of what happens next.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, as another point of clarification on Gary's point related to an investor or somebody else coming in who may want to purchase that land expressly for forest operations. If they own more land than is eligible under the definition of a small forest landowner, then they cannot harvest under the minimum option anyways. So they wouldn't be eligible for the tax credit. So you could have situations where, you have an investor or a large landowner, consolidating property or purchasing from a neighbor, right? But they wouldn't be eligible for that anyway. So it may not be a deterrent in certain circumstances because of that. So that could be another scenario that happens.
It beat me to the punch. I was going to say that.
Sorry, Mike.
And plus, they'll pay less for the land because it will be subject to a deed restriction. So for the buyer, might be attracted to it because it's less value. It costs less.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
And they still have to follow the same rules anyway.
Yeah.
Looks like Maurizio has his hand up.
Maurizio?
Yes, I have a quick question. I'm going to go back to stumpage value, if I may. I probably missed it in the presentation, but is the stumpage value assessed on one point of the request of that, or is that average over X many years? Because it could make a huge change on things. So is that at one point where the request is made for this tax credit, or is that an average of past X many years?
Specific to the stumpage value determination?
Yes.
Was that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a point in time. It would be at a point in time in which they were moving through that process. So not an average of previous years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I think it's at the time of harvest what that stumpage value is.
Yeah.
Maurizio.
And another point of clarification on the stumpage, would you guys be utilizing, would it be ODS appraisal system, or how would you determine? I'm curious how one would determine the value of the timber on what indice, and is that based upon just the numbers that they give you, that the landowner gives you, or what do you look at that again?
That's a great question. So a lot of the documentation and information that would be necessary for us to sort of make that determination, we would be needing to evaluate, does this seem reasonable? Do we feel like this is, based on the method chosen, is this appropriate? And so I think for us, as far as the process, that's something we're still figuring out, but it is something that we'll have to evaluate for some level of appropriateness.
Yeah, because obviously regionally, you're going to have different prices and different species and things. So anyways, that'll be interesting. Plus, stumpage typically incorporates other costs of operating. So you're going to have different logging costs depending on logging system and location. So anyways, payroll's happy to help.
Yeah.
A lot for us to figure out. Yeah.
So to help answer that question, I think there are three choices that you can figure it out. And then the onus is on the landowner to figure that out.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do with our SFO foresters is to teach them how to identify, or to look at a cruise and how to take a look at it and see if it's actually within range of what a true cruise is of the timber sale. Kind of teach them how to take a look at that and say, yes, this looks good.
Yeah.
Because I don't want them going out and cruising timber.
Yeah,
I
like
like
the
to stay away
kind
from
of
that.
thinking about
Right.
like cruise design and, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Anyways, I'm getting.
That's the piece where I was talking about, where's that line between SFO and
Like consulting foresters.
consulting foresters, yeah.
I wanted to check back in with Mauricio. We've talked about your question a bit. Do you have further comments about how you feel about that?
A reflection from a landowner that have seen contract with local sawmill that went from $1,000 in 1994 to $280 a thousand. So the choice of the moment in which the tax credit is requested will be crucial to that family, to that owner, to assess that value, which makes it, I'm not saying a gamble, but almost like a gamble, because things varies a lot, both the harvesting cost and the value of the timber throughout the year. So that to me is it's an interesting point. It is just one point in time and not considered on the lifespan of the long term of that particular place. I mean, we're thinking about projecting in the future and assess the value of the property and taking one point in time, January 18, 2023, the stampage value to make that assessment for the next year. So that's interesting and kind of a little shaky for me.
Keola?
Hi, thanks. I'm sure ODF is already on top of this, but I wonder if, all these really good questions are being, I know they're going to be documented in our notes, but I wonder if there's a way that we can translate them into some of the, like, how do we get an FAQ going or think about these questions? And, I think you have to roll a program out before you can start looking to amend it or adapt it. But someday, if these seem like the suggestions that might be used to refine the program. So I just hope I'm sure you're already on top of it. Just want to encourage it.
Yeah, no, thank you for the comment. And I think for us too, anytime we have the opportunity to be in front of folks and understand what's on their mind, that of course will be sort of fed into our website and our FAQ documents. So we're making sure that we really have sort of the most common and sort of what's at front of folks' mind as they think about this tax credit and whether it's right for them. So yes, absolutely.
I think like Kayla maybe was one who said earlier, case studies are so useful. So if you just put okay, if a person submits their notice of harvest and then within a certain time gets the appraisal of stumpage and then makes this application for the credit and then how you get the income in this year and then you get the same year you get the credit, it's just a way that those steps, how you could optimally harmonize those, get them maximum benefit as a landowner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. And I think for us to things like visuals, I think there's a lot of room for us to really grow in understanding how to make this accessible. And I think sort of in the coming months, that will be sort of kind of one of our main focuses as we're kind of preparing to roll this out and do some more training with folks.
And if I may say, when you're talking about a cruise, I've had a career doing this. Cruises are very variable. There needs to be a set condition of what your expectation is from that cruise. Standards of statistics and measurement processes. I can only relate back to times when we had the private sector and the federal sector. Fed's selling a timber sale and they think there's 5 million out there and the private sector comes in at 3 million or goes in at 7 million. You've got those variables that are consistently in play, and I do strongly feel you need some parameters defined and measured and put out to the landowner or to the consultants that do this.
That's great feedback.
And the timing for getting appraisers, that can be a challenge too.
Today.
The timing for all of this for small woodland owners is going to be really tough. That's just more pieces added in to people who already don't necessarily have the most attractive jobs in the first place. Yeah.
Well, and I've been talking to our members about the need to either develop relationships with consulting foresters if they don't have them, or even look at hiring a forester to be educated about how to do this process, how to lay out streams and, land ownership boundaries and how that all works and the new, perenniality rules and all that, plus having some knowledge of some of the assistance programs, so the tax credit, and then the opportunity for some funds for road work and road maintenance and things like that. So not that they're going to replace the SFO folks in their knowledge about that, but you know, having some understanding as a contractor of what services they can provide, because it's a mutual benefit, right? If they know a little bit about the opportunities for some funding to help pay for things, then it's kind of a good thing for everybody. But yeah, it's going to be a challenge.
And then we just hope that this tax credit continues, right? Yeah. That it's real and not smokescreen. Yeah.
Well, and that's why we went with this. I think, you know, the negotiators went with this versus what would happen in Washington. Versus this option.
More questions?
I have a few more, just for clarification.
Go for it.
Yes. So the first one, which is maybe the easier one, and then I'll go into the harder one. Related to the 125%, where the minimum option availability and the cap has been reached, would a landowner who previously applied for the minimum option then be notified and automatically be entered in to get the tax credit at that 125%, or would they be, you know, notified that the cap has been reached, and then they then have to go through another process to apply for the 125%?
They would be notified at the point that the watershed was eligible for the minimum option. Then they would get to make a choice whether they wanted to take the minimum option or if they wanted to use the tax.
Okay, so maybe I'm understanding that wrong. I thought it was in the scenario where they applied to utilize the minimum option. The cap had been reached. The minimum option is not available, and they would have to use the standard option. And because of that, they'd get the 125%. But
they don't have to. They can wait for the minimum option to become available, or they can take the tax credit.
okay, so you're saying they could either, they get notified, the minimum option cap has been reached, now they have a choice, delay my operation until such time that the minimum option is available again, or if they choose to go through with their operation and have to utilize the standard option because minimum option is not available, then they would be eligible for the 125%.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. But they would have to take that. They would have to take that. They wouldn't automatically be entered into that. They'd have to notify you that, you know, I do want to go forward with my operation. Now I'm going to go through with the tax credit option.
Yeah. We want to make sure folks have the opportunity to do what's right for them. So maybe that is waiting until it's available. Yeah, because we don't want to put them right into the tax credit.
Okay.
If they don't have. So that's not their desire.
Okay. So then my second question, or group of questions perhaps, that goes along with that is related to the 5%. I can't remember, is that a 5% cap based on acreage that has been submitted to be harvested under the minimum option, or is it, like, what is the metric for the 5%? I'll start there.
Okay. Yeah, so, and this is a bit tricky because I think we're, still in the process of mapping all of this.
Which Mike already said, so.
Yeah. So sort of how the details of some of this will actually work internally is a little bit tricky to comment on at this juncture. But for us, it's really looking at the total feet of fish or non-fish streams. So what do we have available? And then that sort of taking 5% of that and making sure that we're not exceeding 5%.
So it'll be a linear number.
Yeah.
But there's a time, isn't there 5% in a certain number of years or something? Isn't there a time aspect
Yeah,
to
so
this?
it's a rolling 5-year, so sort of look. So, I mean, obviously, it's not going to be an issue kind of maybe year one, obviously, so it will be kind of a little bit down the road, something for us to look at or might come into play. But yeah, it would be. And then eventually, if we have a big harvest year, it falls off, then there could be sort of as we move forward within that 5-year time span, previous harvest kind of rolling off that calculation.
Yeah, in my understanding, to just kind of help with this bit is that's for small forest landowners only when you make that calculation. So it's not if you've got small landowner, it's all Forest Service. It's based on a small landowner, I believe.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, so percentage of the
all forest
length
landowner,
of
yes.
stream on small landowner property within that watershed, and 5% of that, not 5% of all of the distance of, stream within that watershed.
Yeah, available to harvest.
A good clarification, I think, too, for people to know.
And
But
then-
that obviously then limits
Then I don't know if
it
you
much further.
I don't know if you picked up on their talk. There's a difference between fish and non-fish,
Yeah,
and there's two, I believe it's two 5% categories in there. So if you haven't reached the 5% on the fish, you can keep doing fish.
oh, okay.
You guys correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, that's accurate.
Yeah.
So it's a lot for us
Yeah.
to just to be able to track and
Yeah.
to really understand when we get those notices.
Yeah.
And I'm saying all this because those are the nuances we got to figure out with the GIS
Yeah.
program, because that's
Yeah.
actually going to complicate it. And then further complicated, if Kate logs one side of our creek, she gets a tax credit for that year, and she comes in and does the other side, it's 2 tax credits we're going to have to track on that piece of property. So, yeah, it's going to get complicated.
Yeah.
with GIS.
Yeah, my initial question was, how are you gonna track this, but we won't even go there.
Yeah.
We don't have an answer for that yet.
Yeah, and I guess, in addition to that, kind of tying into the other question that I had around, the minimum option and availability is, how are people gonna be notified? And maybe you guys haven't figured that out yet. Like, will they be notified, will everybody in that watershed be notified preemptively that the cap has been reached? Will people only know after
$1 million
they?
Ferns question.
Yeah, after they,
Yeah.
they put in their notice, and only those people get notified on a first come, first served, like, I don't know, it's other
Yeah.
questions that I have around kind of the functionality of it, but.
Great questions. Unfortunately, we don't have.
That's fine,
But
it's okay.
But I think for us, it is important to think about what is possible with our system, but then also what makes the most sense would be most helpful to small forest owners, and how we balance that as we move forward, because it is critical.
One thing in this alignment here is, are you notifying counties land division? I say that because this is an impact on deed.
Yeah.
And if it's been sold and the new landowner can't see or learn anything about this, and he's not familiar with ODS.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and we actually just have started some communication and partnership with the Oregon Association of County Clerks, and they've had some interest in us potentially coming and speaking with their folks. We actually will be meeting with county clerk just next week, just to kind of walk through some process information for ourselves as we begin to prepare to make sure that we're giving accurate and appropriate information to folks about this specific. That also takes into account the impact to recording offices at the county level.
Well, one example of this I can put in play right today, and that's the requirement of reforestation. And we've had, speculators come in, log it, turn around and sell it, and never reforest it. And the landowner that buys it, 3 or 4 years later, gets a notification from ODS that you've not reforested, and thereby you have an obligation, or we will do it at an expense. I've run into those landowners that aren't too happy for that episode or experiment.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and an incredibly frustrating one for landowners. That's something for us to consider. Great question.
Good rabbit hole.
It's complicated. Yeah.
Do you have any more, Amanda?
I'm good.
We could talk offline.
Yeah. Any questions from remote participants? All right, I think we're good, unless you, go ahead.
So before we move on, I just want to reiterate what Abigail said about the value of your questions and your concerns and your feedback at this stage as we're developing these processes and the details and the supports that we're going to be implementing for these programs. So I would really appreciate your time today, and look forward to working together in the future. And any questions or concerns or feedback you have at any time, we definitely welcome that, and we really appreciate it. So, thank you.
Thank you both so much for your knowledge and your time today.
And one more thing on this, I would happen to go back and refer to a document that Jim James provided about this, that I wanted to then know about that. You're familiar when he summarized the private forest accord and the proposed changes to forest practice rules. It was actually last year at our annual meeting. And I was just gonna study the document while you're all talking, and it was answering a lot of these questions. So, just something to look into, that there was that resource, and I know it will be continuing to maybe evolve a bit. Do you have access to that, Rick, the summary that Jim James produced for the Oswego meeting last year?
I don't have that one in particular, but I can get it. And we have a couple others that are like that. So let me put that on my list.
Yeah, but just to point that those kinds of things will be helpful, and obviously Oswego and OSU, we want to take the latest and try to make it digestible, and especially until we have the Illustrated Forest Practices Manual, which isn't going to be out for a while, keeping things up to date and helpful for me to navigating all these questions now. So.
All right, thanks. And we're a little ahead of schedule, but we'll take a break till 10:15. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back at 10:45. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, all. Next on our agenda, we have Tim speaking about the Small Forest Landowner website update.
Before I get started on that, I just wanted to give a little background on kind of our communications effort. With the private forest accord, and the conservation community, and the industrial timber community, and small woodland owners. So whenever we look at communications, we look at like four main audiences. The people we regulate, which is you guys, small forest landowners, and industry, the environmental community, conservation community, and public in the middle, and then our own folks. So those are kind of our four main audiences. Today what we tend to do is focus on who we regulate. That's where a lot of our communication efforts go. But we're also reaching out to the conservation community because private forest accord basically headed off competing ballot measures. So the way we look, whenever we look at our communications, like a big bell curve, it's like 10% here and 10% there, and the general public in the middle. So what we tend to focus on is the 10% we regulate. So we also want to focus on the 10%, the conservation community that wants more regulation, and also educate the public somewhat in the middle, because typically they aren't interested until somebody has a hot button issue. So it's really hard to get the general public interested in a lot of the specific regulation stuff. So I just wanted to kind of lay that out so you understand where we have different outreach efforts going. Mike already talked about, we have big 2-week training blocks for our own internal folks. Then we'll reach out to each of the other communities. And from ODF's perspective, we send out news releases and stuff, but we don't really concentrate as much on the general public as people like to think we do. We concentrate on you guys and kind of the conservation community, because those are the two 10% are the ones that always attend all the committee meetings and have inputs to public comments. We seldom get anybody just in the middle, so to speak. I mean, some of the small woodland owners kind of straddle both areas. By and large, it's kind of the two groups who attend all our committee meetings. So a lot of people don't realize that. Just kind of interesting, because that's where we get all the feedback from for the most part. The 10% on each side. We don't hear from the big middle a lot. So just kind of interesting. So we're going to be concentrated on those we regulate today when I talk about the pages. That's where they're really set up. And I'll also talk a little bit about partnerships with that. Maybe I should start about that first, because as we're focused internally on who we regulate, a lot of other organizations out there help out with the general public and industry groups. For example, OSU and OFRI are out there. OFRI does a great job engaging the public. All their products are gauged much more simple language, much more towards the general public. Even though you guys, tell me if I'm wrong, Ricky, but are kind of a quasi-state agency, they have a lot more leeway with how they engage. They can do more marketing and advertising campaigns, so to speak, where we can't really do that as an agency. We're stuck internally. We don't have outside contracts like that. So what we do, and also like the Oregon Loggers Association, we're going there into February as part of our outreach. And I know you guys have already done some graphics and stuff. We're kind of sharing. We're trying to get a big sharing of things going on so they all look kind of same and get the same message out.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think most of you guys know, but we have a memorandum of agreement with the department to do training for the Oregon Professional Loggers Program. So part of that is forest practice and regulation training.
And when we start talking about products, we try to link up and share as much as we can. And since we're the regulatory agency, we also provide input to try to make sure the products that are out there are explaining the rules or meet the rules the way they're supposed to. Sometimes there's slight differences. I'll get a lot of people from our internal staff saying, this is not quite right, but in the big picture, it kind of gets the point across. So when it's not quite right, sometimes we go back, but the product's already out. But we always offer to kind of coordinate with the other organizations whenever there's a need or a want. And we try to make sure that all the information getting out is consistent. That's our goal and meets the regulatory compliance, so to speak. So with the private forest accord, we have a lot going on. I have, let me see, 8 new web pages. Only 2 are done. So we have we're going to talk about the small forest landowner office, SFISH grant program. The 2 we have done are adaptive management program, adaptive management program committee. They're meeting for the first time. If you're not familiar with them, I call them kind of the legacy from the private forest accord. They're going to look at are the rules meeting the objectives they wanted in a private forest accord. And then part of the adaptive management program committee's mission is to set up the independent research and science team, which will be doing a lot of the research to, again, basically in layman's terms, to see if the rules are doing what they're supposed to do, and then make any recommendations or changes down the line. Then wrapped up in that also is the habitat conservation plan with incidental take permit. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mike. I'm trying to do it in simple terms. So that's kind of the legacy of the private, and that's what gives the regulatory certainty. So we're trying to get these big picture messages across on why we're doing it and how it's being effective, along with a lot of the details, like we just heard from Abigail, that gets way down real quick in regulatory definitions, how that plays out. So our challenge is to come up with products that are useful and accurate, but still simple. I don't want to say, well, I guess simple, but easy to read at least. And that's hard because our regulations are written pretty complicated sometimes. And that's just the way it is. So there's always this give and take with terminology, what's plain language and what's regulatory. So that's where we struggle sometimes. So that's what makes it hard for some of our products to be simply understood. And I kind of help mediate some of that best we can, because there's a big push and pull where if we don't have the specific regulatory term, internally we're not pleased with that because it's not saying what the regulations and the rules say, but externally people don't know what those 16-letter words mean sometimes. So that's kind of a tricky spot we're in, and try to meet halfway in that. So I think with that, I'll share my screen and talk about some of the web pages. So let's start with the Small Forest Owners Assistance Office here. All right, let me find this. So this page is not up yet, but this is kind of the 3 areas we're looking at. We have an introduction, and then what we're looking at is the large content for Manage My Forest, information and education, financial assistance programs. So the Manage My Forest is basically the same web page we had. What's the name of that? We have a current web page. Let me see if I can share that. The current web page we have is helping landowners. So what we're trying to do is take most of the content from the helping landowners, update it and integrate it to the new Small Forest Owners Office web page. And as you can see, we don't have a lot of content here, but we've been working on this since like February. So Jessie and her crew has given a lot of input. So maybe we can talk to Jessie. Maybe you can help me talk through some of your vision for this web page too. So under Manage My Forest, you want to talk about the after fire toolkit, what that would include?
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of Nate's side of things. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't dug a lot really deep into that side. Mike, do you have any information on that toolkit?
Yeah, I helped build it back in 2015.
Cool.
So the large fire toolkit web page is one where we obviously have fires everywhere on the landscape, and we had several different programs. I know we had a lot of the Farm Service Agency programs to help landowners after disturbance of fire and so on. And then we had new rules and regulations for salvage logging. Then we had all these bits and pieces hanging out there on all of our different lands websites and in people's drawers and on people's computers. So what I did is I grabbed them all and put them into what we call this large fire toolkit, and then set up a process that said, okay, if you have if your land meets these requirements, like you had a large fire come through, start at number 1 here, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. I think the first one's talk to your stewardship forester or something like that, and then works the way through the rest of this toolkit. So through the years, I mean, I set the original one up. I don't know what it looks like now, but over the years, we plug and play into this toolkit. So if something no longer applies, it comes out and we put in the piece that does apply, fire toolkit. And it's supposed to help landowners quickly get through the process rather than having it kind of spin somewhere and then the landowner doesn't get the help they need. That's the whole purpose kind of tool.
I'm guessing you could, because I know that post-fire as well, OSU fire program that would be another great link for information. I mean, that was super helpful to us post-fire as well, and as a companion piece, not obviously as a replacement, but.
Yeah, those are good, and those are some of the links I tried to make, is trying to pull in some of the extension pieces into that too. Yeah, if all those are old, yeah, we need to plug some new.
That's something you want us to look at, and we should probably review and see if there's something.
Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is put all this stuff you see here in this Word document on our webpage, so then maybe we can get some input to see where else we should link, what else would be good for the public to look at, whatever suggestions you have. We want to make it usable for the folks out there. We don't want to dictate the content necessarily. We want to put stuff up here that's useful for you guys. I mean, we can put a library of hundreds of documents up there, but how useful is that if it's not in context and not explained? So.
I think having it all in one. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think having it all in one place with context is super useful. It is always hard to find a one-stop shop. I wonder if in that vein, you might want to have a submit a resource function that then you could evaluate if it, sort of makes the cut or not. But I just feel like there's so many out there.
Okay, thank you. Then the next part is forest management plan development resources. Some of that's mapping, some of that, I think we talked about some of that. Can you expand any more on some of those resources?
So the forest management plans are, I think Kate has one. Several landowners actually put together a forest management plan, and the purpose behind a forest management plan is to help landowners continue to get additional help. So some of the federal programs, other than EFRP, in order to get those, you have to have a management plan put in place, is my understanding for some of those. So we have stewardship funding that comes to the Forest Service that is, again, Nate's side of the equation. You get in touch with the stewardship forester, they come out, they help you put together a plan, they hire a consulting forester, usually put the plan together. And then they use that plan, I think probably 99% of the plans I've seen are very well-written plans by the landowners, describing exactly what they want to do with their land, even when they want to harvest, when they want to replant, and who they want to pass their land on to. So it goes to the whole gamut of that management plan. So that's what the development of a plan is. The My Land Plan is a site you can go to as a landowner that if you want to create a map of your property, you can go on there and draw your property on there, and you can even you can draw polygons on there and show when you want to harvest pieces, or if you want to take a wetland and do some work on a wetland, you can actually draw it on that map and actually save it, I think, or print it off. I can't remember. It's been 10 years since I played around with it, but that's what I remember on that My Land Plan. These are just connections. I don't know. Do you know, Glenn, who put that together, the My Land Plan? Or
That was originally EcoTrust, I thought.
EcoTrust,
Or
okay.
was it a joint effort? But I think they've moved on from that. They were, at tree school, we always had sort of these complementary, forest management, online forest management planning. My land plan was one of those. They're now kind of focusing on land mapper, I think.
Land mapper, okay.
But that's another thing that we should touch base with them about, because they were developing some of the better online tools. So then, weren't reinventing the wheel. Why not?
Right, yeah, okay.
And then there's sections on fire risk mitigation and forest resiliency. There's a lot of grant programs out there. There's, I don't know how many different grant programs. I can just talk, under the new Senate Bill 762, there was 2 large grant programs. One was large landscape resiliency, which is $20 million. And they had a test of a $5 million small grant. And the small grant was interesting because they tried to team up with communities and groups and small landowners. I don't know if that's going to continue. I haven't seen this biennium budget yet. But that was one thing that the original SB 762 did. And we're pretty much, I think all the money has been committed for that program. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure for that $5 million. And the $20 million one is over a 2 or 3 year period. And they're most of the way through that too. They had committees and there was an application process for them. I guess my point being there's several different things out there that can help landowners. So we're trying to get a resource here where you can find them all easier.
Is that where, there's some reporting requirements that were in 762 for those grants?
Yeah, each grant program has separate requirements.
Would those reports, once developed, be located on here? Would they be accessible through this? Because that
They do have,
would be good, I think.
I know they have the grant winners on that, and I think they had summaries. I'd have to double check on that.
You're talking legislative reports?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, because we got, when Alex was in the role, we got reports from him, just interim reports, but there's those legislative reports that are also going to have to be created. So that it might be a good place to put those for easy access by the public.
Grenadu now is over
Yeah.
the 762 grants.
Yeah.
And then also there was a lot of grant money coming from the Inflation Reduction Act, and what was the other?
IJA.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
But they all require some sort of partnership, matching type things. They're interesting, but the bottom line is there's money out there to do a lot of stuff for landscape resiliency, and we're trying to get a resource where people can go to see that. A lot of it's geared towards larger landscapes, but there are some smaller landscape resiliency grants. We'll just have to see if they continue where they go. So again, it's just a resource to go out there because what they try to do is encourage a lot of partnerships. So people can partnership, smaller, larger. And I don't know, every grant program seems to have different definitions, large, small, and that type of thing too. So but it's just interesting.
If I can ask, so the Small Forest Landowner website will be one, and then I'm assuming there will be some website that has resources for everyone, landowners of any size, so there'll be some links like back.
Well, that's what we're put on the SFO because,
Yeah,
and we're trying to just to put the ones out there that are relevant to the SFO folks. If we know for sure it's only large landscape stuff, we probably won't put that link on.
I was just curious if there's a separate place for like large landowners.
Some of them, yes, and some are run by federal agencies
So you
too.
have a separate website where you have.
Well, we just have the link where it goes to make sure it's correct. But,
I guess I'm asking if on the Small Forest Landowner website, like say if there's a federal program that benefits large and small landowners, will you just have on this website, the SFO website, a link to that other place? Where
Yeah.
you're providing resources to everyone?
Well, I think it would depend on the resource, right? See if it's state resources and we administer it.
Yeah, I know the general idea is that, with this concept being a one-stop shop, we want to have as many resources on there as possible, which is why I love the idea of the submit a resource section, because I think that that's very smart. And I know that, as ODS, we don't have all of the resources we would love to have, and there are a bunch of different ways that people can get those resources, and so I think having a section And I think Tim might talk about this a little bit later, where there will just be a resources section, or an information section, or I forgot what we called it, where people can go, and if they find other websites or groups or organizations that have the resources and the tools that they're looking for, we'll have those links on there as well. So anything really that pertains to small forest land owner will hopefully be on this page, so that they're able to find it there. I'm not sure if we have any spots designated specifically for larger landowners, but if it applies to something that's both for large and small, hopefully it'll be on this page as well.
Yeah, my question partly came because I've looked at the Washington website a fair amount, and my memory of it, I haven't looked at it really recently, is that like it has resources and then it's resources for everybody, large and small, and then it has a subcategory for small forest landowners, so that some of the programs that are described in that general resources area, the website for the small forest landowners just links back up there if it's applicable. And then,
Okay.
like you're saying, like say in Senate Bill 762, I think there were some programs so you had to have a sponsor. Like to say, who are those sponsors? It'll be helpful to know. Who can you go to if you have a need for a sponsor to engage in a grant program?
We're definitely looking at it, but
Yeah.
it seems helpful.
So I'm noticing under fire, in that category, under fire, the fire risk mitigation and forest resiliency, there's a place there that's like define a forester. My suggestion would be that there's a button on find a forester, that's much more front and center. Like find your stewardship forester, find your small forest land office forester, and actually if you link to a page where you might have consider, I love the idea of like the picture and like the few lines of bio, because sometimes that makes people feel like you're connecting to an actual person. And if it turns out somebody that you're connecting to also owns a small forest land or also whatever, some of those points of connection I think are really important. I mean, I fussed at our board when I was putting our small woodlands one together, going, this isn't about you, this is actually about the people that will look to the website to maybe find a connection, and especially with something that feels as personal as your property, if you want to be able to talk to someone, knowing a face ahead of time before they show up at your gate can be an awesome kind of thing. Right now, it can feel really hard to find just a name and a phone number isn't quite the same. So, and, maybe even a way to, you can email really quick, or whatever, but highlighting that, I think, would be really important.
So I think right now it's a map of Oregon with everybody's responsibility, and you click on your area and it brings up the contact. So we could see if we could enhance that more, where it has a little more information. Your photo.
You guys are really cool people. So, and you're trying to connect with other really cool people, right, who have a shared love of Oregon's forest. So even if it's just a couple of lines, I think that could be valuable.
And stuck in the middle here is kind of the bark beetle. I'd just say I think there was a emphasis to try to do some forest health things with the emerald ash borer, bark beetle, again, more of a resource area. I know we're heavily involved in the emerald ash borer right now. I'm not sure what we had with some of the other forest health issues.
Sod's a big one, so
Okay.
I need to have that.
So we'll make sure there's a section on that.
Can we make just a pause and I'll ask,
Yeah.
does anyone who is on virtually want to make a comment now? Any hands up for questions? Go ahead, Jim. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. And then roads is a big section. We were talking about doing roads, steep slopes, and stream buffers. I think are the three areas I'm hearing the most questions on. So that's kind of where we'll be concentrating some of our webpage end product stuff. And the question is, how in depth do we get on there? We're kind of working through some of these things to see what should be on the website and what's just kind of a link. So I'm working with Jesse and Nate on that, but this gives you an idea of some of those. Do we have?
People see that online, or do we need to zoom in, or does?
I think online is easier to see than up here.
Is it okay?
Yeah,
All right, okay.
I have it pulled up on my thing. Pretty easy online, but up there it does look kind of small.
And as far as steep slopes,
people just not know that small forest landowners are exempt from those rules, or what?
Yeah, I think some of that is that.
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of have a, he's probably gonna talk about frequently asked questions. That might be a place to cover
Okay.
some of that.
Well, we can talk about that now too.
Yeah.
We're trying to do a frequently asked questions document for on the webpage.
Okay.
And the trick is gonna be how to set it up, because there's so many different areas to make it easy to kind of navigate. I think we already have like 20 we have a document we're starting to track from all the stewardship foresters to try to get common answers to common questions. Then, of course, if we have FAQs, it'd be nice to have a link there right in the FAQ where you can click to go back to this website or wherever, so you don't get your answer and then wonder where more information is. That's always frustrating when I see that. So.
One suggestion I would make is not having a stagnant document that has to be edited, re-uploaded, but having an actual page that has drop downs or carrots with the different questions, because then you can minimize all of the answers that you don't want to see. You can just go down to your, the question that you may want and then have a drop down. That would be a lot more dynamic, I think, than having a document. Now, you'd have to create a whole nother page for that, which I know what that takes, having completely done our website recently. But I think that's a lot more user-friendly than having to open up a document, especially if people are looking at it on their phone, which is how a lot of people get information these days.
Okay.
That would be a suggestion that I would have.
I think that's the way we have them set up on our webpage. I can show you an example here.
Okay.
So that's kind of the forest. Managing my forest, we had those 3 buckets. And then we're getting into this. This one is more general resources we were talking about. A link under more information. And this will get quite lengthy because we have a lot of good partners out there. So as you just look through there, there's a lot of organizations, and again, it's just kind of a one-stop shop where people can find some resources. And we're thinking of maybe trying to organize this somehow.
That was going to be my question.
Because there's a lot of links, so we're looking at different, like, subheads for it to kind of group these together. So it's just not and maybe a sentence identifying their mission. That was the other thing I find really frustrating when you see these links. It's like, well, what does the National Woodland Owners Association really do, or at least give one sentence so you're not just clicking around wasting a lot of time if it's not your thing.
Yeah, and if you can put logos on there, sometimes people recognize logos better as a visual. Just, thinking about the DEI stuff and how people information or different people kind of think through that differently. So that might be.
But you can see this is a pretty long list.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could put a sentence or two with them of what maybe they specialize in, or again, it's just, I think it's quasi-alphabetical there, or started that way.
Can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. This list really needs to be curated. Some of these sources are kind of 1 and 2 off from the PFA even further. And so I'm all for inclusive, but I think we need to pick the top 4 or 5 that are kind of really in the space, and then even have some of that explanation. I like the logo thing, but some of these resources really are distant from the work that we're doing. Yeah, so I don't want to send people on kind of wild goose chases clicking through these things.
Well, we could definitely get some feedback from you on that, Rick, or anyone else who thinks some are more, or we could rank order them a little better too. If some are more useful than just put other links down there.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I wonder if we might categorize them a little bit, the same way that OFRI does in your, I think you've got a pamphlet with resources for landowners that categorizes the services that they provide a little bit differently. So then you could have a bigger list. It wouldn't be as much to look at in a block.
Resource guide for family forest owners, I think, could be what Hale was talking about.
Yeah. And we had talked about some financial assistance programs, kind of putting them all in one area. This one's, I'll show you the SFISH page. Josh, you're on there, right? Yeah, he can talk a little more about that. We have that page fleshed out a little bit more. So a lot of this stuff that's on here, we already have in that page. We just heard about the conservation tax credit. I think the goal is we're gonna have a separate page for that. Is that the goal, Abigail? We already did a lot of that. And then this is back to FAQs, whether we should have under each page, each section, or have one FAQ document as a whole. We're kind of sorting that through, so if you have input on that, let us know what you think would be easier. Like this one, I think was just for the tax credit.
Yeah, I think having it with the section makes sense. And I love that you have the context there.
So I think that's sort of the stuff that's coming. So let me go back to the web pages again. So we talked about this one. So all that stuff you just saw in that document will be under one of these three areas. And maybe some off to the side here. We usually have a resources tab. We're stuck with the state format. We can't get super fancy with our web page design and setup, which is a little frustrating. But we do best we can. Here was the SFISH one. This one incorporated a lot of that. Josh, speak up if you have anything. None of these, this page is not up and live yet. This is kind of a draft, but this is what he envisions. Josh, were you talking about some sort of like dashboard thing for updates?
Yeah, I'm struggling to operate my computer this morning. And unmute, but yes, this is just a very basic, kind of concept here. And the Word document that was shown a little bit ago actually had, was a little bit more built out. But yeah, hopefully we'll have some sort of cool dashboard GIS type stuff that's going on here that provides kind of updates on where projects have, hit the ground and how many have hit the ground and those types of things. So yeah, hopefully it'll be something that's useful for those who want to apply, but also useful for those who want to see the accomplishments of the program.
And then a lot of these pages, what we're looking at is making it easier to have the applications right there. I'm not sure whether they're going to be connected to a database or like a PDF. Jess, have we looked through any of these?
The idea is to have it available on both sides of things. And so you could see on that apply section, there's an online way to apply and then a mail-in way to apply. We want to just make sure that we're inclusive of everybody who's looking into the resources that we have available.
So what we're trying to do is make it easy to apply, so to speak, because a lot of times some of our web pages would just have a contact and none of the applications would be on there. You had to email somebody, to get that. So if we could have the application and the instructions to do it, and then have a point of contact if you have questions on it. We're trying to make it a little more user-friendly, all the processes. I guess it's a good way to say it.
One of the things I have found really useful is being on the notification email list. So for any of these pages that have that, being able to maybe sign up for whatever ongoing notifications on that page rather than having to go find another place to do it could be useful.
Yeah, and we talked to Tim about it. Tim actually was the one who kind of brought up that information, and the idea that we had was to be able to, people who sign up for that .gov or whatever distribution list it is, to be able to have either monthly or quarterly updates that we're able to send out on anything that's coming up or new things or just kind of fun facts about the program to get people involved. I love that idea.
And I get an email from ODF almost every other day, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I get a lot of them.
We're up to, I think, 16 different Gov delivery emails that you can sign up specifically. And what's really unique with that, if you sign up like all ODF news and a couple sub ones, they only send you one email, so you don't get like 6 emails on the same thing. And what we're trying to do with Gov delivery with a lot of our programs, typically it was just like vetted news releases that we're trying to make some more conversational ones that just go out and Gov delivery, a little more plain language, not necessarily geared towards the news media, just shorter, quicker updates. hey, we have a new webpage, come here and check it out. Or the SFISH program is now standing up and accepting applications today. We'd like to do more useful, practical gov delivery messages rather than just our official news releases, which I think is most of what you see. I don't think you get too many just general information things that much. But that's a great tool, and what's nice is it's self-signing up, so you can sign up for it or not sign up for it. And on the user end of it, we get a report how many people get it and how many open it. So it's kind of useful for us to see what people are interested in. So a lot of people don't know that, but it's typically we get an open rate somewhere between 20 and 40%. That's like the best we do. And on like the general ODF news releases, I think it's ODF News is the name of there's almost 5,000 people on that. So we got 40% open, that's pretty good. We also have the capability, we did it with the new rules where we used the Ferns email list. There were 12,000 people on that. So when we set out the rules, we set it out on Ferns, that's about the only time we don't try to do that a lot because Ferns is more of a regulatory type deal, but we use those addresses because again, those are the people we're regulating. So we have some of those tools on that. So that's SFISH. This was the old page I think we had a Q&A down here. I'll show you, we had mentioned that Find Your Stewardship Forester page. That's how it's set up now. And you just click on one, and that's what it tells you. Random one. So if you have any suggestions, I'm sure we could add more fields to this if you wanted. Somebody had mentioned a photo. Maybe we could, one of the 12 new foresters specifically geared towards small forest landowners, maybe we could put that designation in there. Figure out that map. Do we? Well, yeah, we have more, so the map's going to be updated.
We're running a little bit behind here. Just because Ben Donnelly is on the board member.
Okay.
So, you want to wrap up? Or
yep, I'll wrap up. I'll just say we're working on some products. Some of those products we have what are called 8 one-pagers. It talked about the 8 major areas. We had used them in our public meetings before the rules changes, so we're updating those, and we're going to have those as PDFs on there. We're looking at some large format graphics for streams, steep slopes, and roads. And our goal is to have those products available in a large format when we're out at public things, have it for PDFs, and have it be able to print it out. We're trying to do consistency in products. We're going to be at the Oregon Loggers Association in February, Tree School in March, Oswald's annual conference in June. Any other meetings or outreach events you want us at? We're going to have tables and booths at those 3 right now. We're more than willing to look at doing those. So just let us know how we can better reach you guys.
Yeah, and I think the February one is the Oregon Logging Conference.
Okay.
Which is in AOL.
Okay. Yeah, that's in Eugene. That's the one in Eugene. Yeah.
Thank you, Josh.
Sure.
Also, sorry to cut you a little bit short. It's a good discussion. We can come back to it when we have time later. Just,
Yeah, and when we have these web pages more or less developed, I think we should come back to the next meeting and go through them again. Get some more input. And I also have some names. I have a couple names that folks are interested in kind of beta testing them for us. So I'll make sure that get those links to the committee members that volunteer for that.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jim.
Good discussion. With that, I want to welcome Ben Donnelly, Board of Forestry member, who is here, and is going to provide us an update about what the Board of Forestry has been up to. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. Can you hear? Thumbs up. Can you hear me? Great. Yes. I appreciate you accommodating me on Zoom today, and I'm happy to be here. So I had a couple bullet points I wanted to go over, and about things that I'm focused on and the board I think is working on. The first one is one that some of you may already be directly involved in and some maybe not, but there was one little holdover from the private forest accords work that was, there was a little paragraph in the rules leaving open how to address disproportionate impacts to a certain subset of small forest landowners. And I'm on the subcommittee that's sort of addressing that right now. And the intention from the accord authors was the concern that there were certain properties that would have a high encumbrance, an abnormal, a disproportionate part of their property would be encumbered by these new rules. And that would couple with property owners who had a financial need. You know, we're reliant on revenue from the forest lands and wanted to ensure that as a result, those properties weren't converted to a cow pasture or something on a non-forest use. And so there's sort of, we're wrestling with how to address that. And the big challenge we're working on right now is, who are these properties? Where are these? And so sort of an open question, not that we necessarily need to answer right here, right now, but something I'm very interested in hearing from any small forest landowner is, do you think you fit this definition of high encumbrance and reliance on timber and revenue? And what might those properties look like? Because I think we're struggling to figure out, how do we solve this problem? And who are we solving for? So that's something that's sort of front and center to my mind right now, and something that's being worked on. And I'd just be curious if anybody had some sort of thoughts on that, broad brush thoughts, or if ideas of particular properties. And this is also something, feel free to reach out to me directly, and to have any follow-up conversations, because I think we're really trying to find examples of properties that might fit this definition. And happy to just leave it at that, and you can follow up with me later if anybody has ideas or potential properties that might be useful to reach out to, because this work needs to be wrapped up fairly quickly, and I think we're working really, really hard to try to encompass it right now and figure out what's next.
I see a hand up, excuse me, from Dave Bugney.
Oh, great.
Hi, just a quick one here. I was on the committee helping ODF last year put together the rules for the PFA, and OSWA had developed as a subcommittee a way to try to ferret this out, this problem. And personally, we would be severely impacted just because of the amount of creeks that come through our place, but we still support the accord. But I've gotten a lot of feedback from folks that are in similar situation, but economically rely more on their timber revenues, and they are quite incensed, you know, to put it bluntly. And so, and you're right, you know, they've talked about just selling and just converting it to something else, especially those that may have had measure 37 or 49 claims from 10 years ago or so. And so what I'm suggesting is that maybe we could form a committee. I don't know what your deadline is, but maybe form a committee or just conversant group here just to get together what your timeline is and build off of what we started at OSWA last year to try to get to the root of this problem. And it may be a matter of collecting demographic information. Obviously, it's a dynamic thing. It's going to change with landowners and whatnot, so it's not a static thing. So I would just suggest getting together with maybe myself and Rick Zen and you know, anybody else from ODF to try to collect the necessary data.
Thank you. That's super helpful. And I think, you know, Rick and Ken Nygren from OSWA are active on this committee. So I think OSWA is well represented right now in this conversation. And I think one of the just anecdotally, I think like you, Dave, have fielded many conversations with small forest landowners, and I feel like they fall into a couple different buckets. And there's folks who just don't really like the rules and are upset at the departments for the rules. The level of their encumbrance varies. Then there are folks who are, I've come across a number of folks who are very highly encumbered, but are okay with that. And then there's folks who sort of fall in the middle there, and trying to thread the needle of high encumbrance usually is going to happen on smaller acreages. Financial reliance on your forest would happen more on larger acreages, and sort of where do we find that middle grounds of a property that's fits this definition. And I think some of you are aware the language that we were given was fairly narrow. It doesn't give us a lot of leeway to craft this. But at this point, there's a lot of work that's going into sort of metadata, analyzing the large scale data in the state of Oregon. And right now, if we can get examples of particular properties where you think this particular property meets that, the more details, maps, stories, anecdotes that we can get of those particular properties would be very, very helpful right now. Well, with that, or was there another comment?
I saw a hand, but it was Dave again. So go ahead, Ben.
Great. Well, please feel free to reach out directly to me with potential examples, because that would be very, very helpful. The next item that the board is working on, and it's another subcommittee that I am on. I somehow got myself on too many subcommittees this year. And we've talked about this in the past, is the update or rewrite of the forestry program for Oregon. And for an update on sort of where that stands right now, there's a subcommittee that's meeting monthly on this, and have a standing agenda item at every board meeting to sort of bring that update back to the board and work on it with the board. And we have a fairly solid draft vision statements. We're in the middle of drafting a mission statement, and have values and goals ahead of us to work through. And this is a new model. Historically, the board had their forestry program for Oregon, which was really their vision and plan for forestry in Oregon. And then the department had their vision and strategic plan, and they were two separate documents that sort of were siloed in a way. And the work right now is to jointly create a new product that is sort of owned jointly by the board and the department. And that's a big lift, because there's different perspectives, there's different missions that the board and the department have, and the work that they do. But there was, with the executive team and ODF as well as the board, there was sort of general agreement that it really should be one overarching document that guided policy. And so that's the work that we're doing, and the board is working closely with a number of folks from the executive team of the departments to make sure that we have alignment, and we can find that common ground between the board and the departments going forward. And it's a long-term project. I think the end product will look very different from the forestry program for Oregon. If anybody had ever cracked that open, it was 75 pages or so, and fairly technical. And we're trying to make something much more accessible and relevant to today, to the folks who use it. And the audience really is twofold, I feel like, is the department. It's sort of a set of guiding documents for the department to know where to go in their work, as well as an outward facing document for the general public and folks who are interested in what the department is doing, to sort of have that North Star, have that guidance of where the board and the department is headed. And so some of the work, we've been enlisted a third party to sort of help us with outreach on or we're in the process of that. It hasn't been finalized yet, to try to learn a little bit more about the values piece, because that is something where we really want to make sure we're representing the values of all Oregonians, and how do all Oregonians sort of think about their forest lands. And that's a wide spectrum, and that's a big challenge to try to come up with a plan that is representative of as large a tent as possible. So that's the work that's ongoing, and there will be, like I said, a standing agenda item at every board meeting going forward for, I think, at least the next year, where we will be wrestling with this and trying to craft a new document. The new document will have a new name. The Forestry Program for Oregon is a bit of a mouthful. We're not sure what the new name is yet, and it will hopefully be fit on only a couple. Will be a concise and accessible document. So again, always happy if anybody wants to reach out directly to me for feedback on ways that we can make this document the best possible. And again, happy to entertain thoughts and ideas on sort of high level mission, vision, values, concepts, how we can make sure to incorporate family forests, small forest lands into this document to make sure that's well represented. So yeah, happy to take any questions or thoughts or comments or ideas.
Ben, I hadn't heard that update. That sounds like really good work and not simple. So glad to know that that's happening. I think the having a unified vision for how the agency operates sounds a lot more manageable in the long run. So thanks.
Thank you. We're just getting started still. We've been working at it for a while, so there's a long ways to go, but so far so good. And yeah, and again, please feel free to reach out directly if anybody has ideas on this. It's important work in this. Hopefully this gets re-upped ideally every 10 years. I think we're in year 11 and a half since the last one was revised. So this is, it's a long-term vision for forestry in Oregon. And the next element is the board has changed a little bit the way they have their meetings. There are meetings going forward in 23. There will be fewer meetings. Most all of them will be 2-day meetings, and trying to change our meeting schedule a little bit, change the workload on the board members and on the departments, and to hopefully make it more workable. And so as a result, we're having 2-day meetings, and we're trying to hold as many of those as possible in other parts of the states. And so at each one of these, I don't know that we're committing to every single one, but we're trying to have community socials in the evenings between those 2 days. And we've done that with all of our offsite meetings so far. And we, in Bend, in Seasides, and in Portland this last year. And then we were in Salem and had an offsite community social in the evening at our January meeting in Salem, and would highly encourage everyone to show up to those socials. They're really great ways for, it's not a public meeting. We can just meet and mingle and have conversations one-on-one, and sometimes a little bit of a program, but it's really a format for the boards and department staff to mingle with the community and folks who are interested in these issues. So I don't know yet where the meetings will be located over the course of this year, but I know they will not all be in Salem. And so all of you are invited always to these socials, and please pass the word around to other folks who might be interested in attending these, because as a board member, it's wonderful to get out in the community and not just have a conversation with someone in the 5-minute break during the meeting or listen to public testimony, but actually have one-on-one conversations in the evening. So I found it really valuable and really look forward to this new schedule and more opportunity for engagement. And yeah, the board meeting schedule is out, but the locations aren't all decided yet. So feel free to keep track of that and pass the word along. And the last thing is I'd love to open it up if anybody has burning hot topics that the board needs to be paying attention to. What are we missing? And also, if this is sort of a first where I sort of have a standing agenda item, if there's feedback on how this agenda item could be more useful or most useful, please let me know.
I see you, Rick, has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Ben.
Rick.
I believe it was the last meeting, there was a presentation on values and beliefs. Could you comment on that and where that came from?
Thank you for that. Yes, at the January meeting, we had the Oregon Values and Belief Center had done a survey, I guess would be the right words, of Oregonians and their values and beliefs when it comes to forestry in Oregon. And it was a wide-ranging set of questions and very thoughtfully, carefully put together, and not commissioned by the board or the department. The board weighed in with some questions, and that were then sort of, provided input on questions. And the Adam Davis, who runs the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center, sort of crafted those into statement questions that would work well for his statistical survey. And it was wide-reaching. It covered the whole states, rural, urban, west side, east side, north, south. They tried really hard to get a good statistical representation of the states. And that material is available. It should be in the board documents for the January meeting, and was really fascinating. And you can listen back on that conversation we had with Adam Davis, where he sort of explained his methodology of how he went about it. But I think to paraphrase a little bit, we hear in the board meetings, we usually hear from two ends of the bell curve and in public testimony. And this survey really highlighted the middle of that bell curve, and where a large majority of Oregonians, what they care about in some cases. And not all the issues were as stark, but some were quite stark. And that sort of work, I feel like, as a board member, was very, very useful to me, and I think to the rest of the boards. Not as doctrine, but as one more bit of information about where Oregon is on forestry issues, because ultimately the board, we're supposed to be representing all Oregonians and knowing where all Oregonians come from. And all Oregonians is a big bucket, big tent, but it was a very interesting survey.
So Ben, if the board didn't commission it, who funded it? I didn't get that.
I don't know, but it was not the board of the department.
I feel like, is the survey, it's more comprehensive than just around forest, right? It's sort of or was it focused just on forest?
This particular one was focused on forestry issues.
I feel like, is it a rotating thing that Oregon Solutions or that the kitchen table does? I feel like it comes out every couple of years for different purposes.
Many different versions of this, and I don't think this was tied to, I don't know that I could answer that directly. But this was a specific set of questions about forestry, some of which were new that hadn't been asked before, some of which had been asked in the past, and by the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center.
Maurizio?
Yeah, Ben, great to have you here. You always bring a very special energy and the feeling that you A, care, and B, you're totally connected with that. So thank you. I really appreciate that. You mentioned the name Adam Davis, and he's the president of Oregon Humanities. So if that is the name connected, Oregon Humanities was the body that connected that. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Adam Davis is the president of Oregon Humanities. So
it's the same Adam Davis who also runs the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center, then yes. I don't know.
I'm not sure if he does both. That's a good question. I don't know if he does both. Okay, cool. Too many Adam Davises, maybe.
I have a comment that there have been some good studies on the variety of goals that small forest landowners manage for. So a wide range of financial and other objectives, and that taking those into account and the mission and values would really make sense. I mean, they're well documented. You've invested in these various studies. And I think that having the mission allow small forest land owners to be successful all over the state in pursuing those goals, because it's a significant percentage of ownership and not necessarily always the most vocal. So I think including that's important.
Are those studies that, can you share those with me? I feel like I've seen versions of them over the years, but if you have access to them, I'd love to see them.
You know, it's interesting. I've seen them in these meetings. So I think maybe Julie provided some of them, but I'll find them.
That'd be great.
I got a comment, Wendy.
Yeah.
So Ben, Amanda Sullivan-Aster here. Great to see you on the virtual screen today. Thank you for your report. Related to the forestry program for Oregon and the work there, I guess for this committee, it might be interesting if there's going to be a piece or a section that talks about small forest landowners or that component of the forest sector and land base in the state and how that gets incorporated. That'd probably be something that this committee would be interested in coordinating with or reviewing or providing some input on. You know, if the board or the subcommittee is looking at utilizing our annual report, right, that and summary that we've provided to the board, that would be a useful tool to maybe get started on something like that if that wants, you know, something you guys want to incorporate. But just want to throw that out there as a good connection point with this committee in the board's work, trying to think about proactive things that we can do instead of just hearing about what you guys are doing and then it sort of getting left there. Like, but how can we work with the board and collaborate and coordinate to be able to produce better outcomes and documents and reports. So just an idea.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. And yeah, I definitely don't want this to sound like just a pure here's what's going on and then we leave it at that. So I'm always open for, you know, both individual and group feedback on all of these issues. In the case of the FPFO work, I don't know how specific it will get when it comes to different landowner types. My guess is we may not get there with this particular document. I think that's I think it's a little higher level than that, and is going to try to sort of focus on forestry, capital F, as a whole. And some of those more sort of strategic and operational parts of that plan will reside with the department and less with the board. Definitely, if there's any language ever being drafted that is specific to small forest land folks, you guys are at the head of that table to have that conversation, provide that feedback and help craft that.
Oh, Glenn.
Pertaining to the surveys and kind of characterizing forest owner values, at least focus, there's kind of a rolling woodland owner or forest owner survey that's done kind of at the national level, and then they zero in on the state level. And I know we've used those data often to sort of characterize that spectrum. I think Julie Woodward did for the presentation for the board, you know, a while back. So anyway, wherever we need to connect on that, which probably bigger picture still belongs in the forestry program for Oregon, and I think it was addressed in the last one at a higher level. But just touch base between OSU and OFRI, we try to keep tabs on that. So whatever the latest survey kind of results are, and maybe new ways of looking at it. There's the people that are trying to assist forest landowners, which is a really broad, you know, spectrum of government and non-government and nonprofit, et cetera. You know, they're always looking at how do we understand our audiences and how to meet them where they live. So there's a lot of rich information there, which is going to go deeper in the weeds from the forestry program, but it's important to us. So
yeah, if you have access to that, like or know where to find it, that would be great. I was thinking I'd go back, look through my old notes or something like that. But as I recall, it was like pretty much like a 20-point list of factors, just rating what people were managing for. Small forest landowners,
Yeah,
that
I mean,
sounds
it often
familiar?
comes down to one pager, they take the top 10, and then the next page might go to the next 10. And it would just say, you know, why do you own the land, what's important to you, and
Yeah.
try to characterize the responses there, and they do it by state.
Yeah, so if you could help in digging that up, that'd be great. I can look too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, the
Just a quick note, with the survey the board had, it's in their board packet, starting on page 171, and it has all the charts and graphs in there, just FYI. It's the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center.
And if anybody's interested, I would highly recommend you go back and watch that section of the meeting. It was a fascinating conversation. For me, when I think about these surveys, I'm always sort of, you know, who was putting it out, who was paying for it, who was writing the questions, and because no survey is purely objective there, and it was nice to we started to get into the details, the nitty gritty of that, and the presenter had spent 40 years or more doing this work and had some really nuanced thoughts about that helped me contextualize this survey and surveys in general, which I found very useful, because they all have bias, and there's no way to get away from that completely, but there's ways to try to reduce that as much as possible. And it was a good and interesting conversation about that.
More questions for Ben? It's great having you here, Ben.
Thank you.
I have a question, but I'm waiting for other people to go first. Mine had to do with the board thinking about how it wants to deploy committees generally. I understand that the Board of Forestry was thinking about the committee structure, how many committees they are, sort of what kind of feedback they get from those, how they use people's time wisely. And I just was curious if you could say where the process is on that.
I'm not exactly sure. We had a conversation about it in the fall, and we're currently in process of writing a board policy manual, which sort of doesn't get directly at that, but is sort of on the sidelines of that. It's sort of, the Board of Forestry doesn't actually have a set of bylaws and never has. And I think at some point someone realized that needed to change. And so we have a consultant who's working with the board and staff to craft or put together a board policy manual that sort of says, this is how the board will do business. And that is, I don't know, 80 or 90 years late, but better late than never. And, or more than that even. So I think that might be the stepping stone to a more in-depth conversation about committees and what committees are, how they function. But I think a brief takeaway from the meeting we had last fall was, and I might be speaking not so much for the board. I think this is a summary of what the board talked about, but I'll say for me personally, the committees are very useful, and the more diversity we can have on the committees, the better. And the more the committees can sort of share diversity of opinion within the committee with the board, I think would be useful. So majority and minority reports and engagement with the board is I think what the board is looking for these days. And I would personally say the CFF is probably is a model of a high functioning and very useful board, functional and helpful to the Board of Forestry. So keep doing what you're doing in your case. But I don't know where that conversation will go, but I think there may be future conversations about how board subcommittees can be most useful, or committees can be most useful to the Board of Forestry.
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful. Like, for this committee, not everyone may know, but we've switched to, everyone on the committee knows, but just generally to state that we've switched to a new meeting structure. So we're meeting 4 times a year instead of almost every month. And we can have special meetings, of course, if things come up. And I think we amended our charter a few years ago to state specifically if we have reports, we want to include majority and minority opinions both. So to include both when we're giving feedback to the board. Any other thoughts from people in the room on that? Questions for Ben? I guess not. So thanks so much, Ben, for being here. I really appreciate you taking the time to join.
Absolutely. Thank you all, and hopefully this was useful. And yeah, feel free to reach out to me anytime with thoughts or ideas or comments about any of the things we talked about. And I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks for joining.
Absolutely.
We're just 3 minutes to lunch.
I'm sorry.
Any final comments?
I just have to sign off for another meeting. I'm sorry to miss the second portion of this, but thank you, Wendy, for a great call.
Yeah, thanks, Carola. In this minute, we have, maybe if there's anyone who's a public member on right now, we could take these minutes for you to introduce yourself. Just turn on your camera and say who you are if you want to, so we know who's on the screen. Some of you already said hello earlier, but I see a couple new names. Casey, I think, is one of those. If you're live, you could say hello. And I see Lori Bell also. I think that was long enough pause. I think people aren't checking in right now. If you want to after lunch, feel free to. And I'm going to break the meeting now for a 1-hour lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thanks all. Welcome back all. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Here we are back, looking at the agenda. The next item is to discuss the upcoming meeting schedule and agenda topics. But because we had some good conversations, we might not have quite finished. I thought I would ask if people had any further comments they want to offer about the website, because we had to cut that a little short when Tim was presenting and Ben came on. And also if people wanted to talk about disproportionate impact at all. So first on website, do people have other thoughts they want to share with Tim on that? I had the thought that like some of the management for habitat and things like that and links to grant programs probably show up like under a web, for instance. But it might be kind of interesting to present that information somewhere on the website in a way so that someone who wasn't looking for it will find it, like resources for management for habitat or ecological values, and you could like link that to OWEB and Forest Legacy, and then of course Oregon Conservation Strategy, because people who are interested might be therefore be a little like have the thought triggered, oh, I happen to have high conservation resource property, and then they would go into there and look for it rather than having to go directly like to a web or to, you know, a federal Forest Legacy website. Other thoughts?
Well, actually, I'm going to hold off until I sort of see some stuff. Just
Okay.
Because you have so many different, there are some great links out there. The random thoughts building on yours, like if OTFS, Oregon Tree Farm System's there, or, I mean, that one's so much since it's water, wood, wildlife, recreation. I mean, you could have some interesting bits of connection there that people can find resources to maybe get financial assistance, but they can also find mentoring assistance for how you go through that whole process to become a certified family forest or a certified tree farm, or somebody, find out the different ways to even think about some of those management objectives.
I'll just say we really appreciate your feedback, because I've only been here at ODF 10 months, but a lot of government agencies, their websites are kind of set up the way they are organized and not necessarily the clearest path to the public. So feedback like this really helps us make a product that works better for you guys. So
I just want to say that we recognize that the restaurant can't have everything on the menu. That's just how the world is. So, but thanks for taking our comments.
Just one other question, Tim. So on the main page of the department's website, right now I think that old website or the current one that's being utilized is it's kind of a hot link under forest. It's something about like forest management or something, and then there's a few different links for find a forester, e-notifications, and then there's one that has to do with landowner tools or something. I'm totally paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what the words are. But is that where would that be the easiest way to access this new website, or where is it going to be housed, or how do you anticipate people getting there from the main page?
yes, we also have a hot topic section.
Yeah.
They put it there to start with.
Yeah.
The trouble is that stuff's been, hot topics tend to stay hot for a long time.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And the other disadvantage is with the it's tough when you change where people are used to going, because they bookmark it and stuff. So you should give that some thought and see if on the main page. Again, it's kind of sort of divvied up the way our divisions are, rather than what may be best for the public. So we can look at that.
Yeah.
And again, if you have suggestions, you think it's buried too deep or not prominent, or
It can be hard to find things on your page if you don't know what you're looking for. Because I've found I usually go outside to Google and Google, Oregon Department of Forestry, and then the topic I'm looking for to find a page. I've almost never been able to find anything from a main page.
and our most used web pages on there are all the recreation ones. If you look at our stats, they're way far and above. Private Forest Accord was up, I think, to like number 17 or 18 was as high as it got when we were really into the Private Forest Accord. So it's just interesting the way it's used. We think of it as being used for the regulatory community, but when the public uses it, they're looking for different stuff. So we always appreciate better ways to get that out there that people can find stuff.
And one thing too that we talked about was adding, in like a search bar so that you could search for like keywords, and that might be an easier way rather than having to go to Google to find it, just so that it's kind of like its own Google on that thing, and then it'll pop up on the other side. I'm not sure if that's feasible yet, but something that we've discussed.
I wanted to ask Maurizio, and then after that, you, Josh. That's okay?
Yeah, a comment, and thank you, Kate. I'm following up on your comment. Even I'm connected, semi-connected to many of this, and yet the job of addressing the audience on a forestry level, it's like a big onion, and there's lots and lots and lots of layers, right? So I am thinking about some of my neighbors, and I'm thinking about the audience of those that we are trying to address through this committee. They are very, the demographics are older people that may be marginally connected or not so connected with all this kind of a new technology. And I wonder, can we do this on a fax machine? I'm trying to be provocative with the question, right? I still have a fax machine, and sometimes I ask myself, if I were to send a fax, how would that look like? Because we are assuming, Kate just said it, I need to Google to find the landing page. I did exactly the same thing this morning. During our meeting, someone said something about where are my notes here? The Forestry Program of Oregon. I kind of am not marginally familiar. I went to the website, the webpage, and said, where do I find that? And I went recreation thing, forest advantage or whatnot. I mean, no, this is going to take half an hour. So I went to Google and I found it through that way. So I am glad. Two comments. I'm glad I don't have your job. One, and two, really think about a layering thing, approach, because those are really looking for information they made to start really a high level. I don't have a solution. What I'm saying is that a humongous task. Thank you for all the work you do. And when in doubt, let's keep it simple as we can, because the way I look at it myself, that many times I have learned through the local connections that have to our practitioners, our foresters, and the others. So, so that's my comment, that I still feel like as a small landowner, I am sometimes overwhelmed by the breadth, but by the breadth and the depth of the information, the regulation, the policy, the knowledge that we need to have. I have my own forest management plan, but this morning it became obsolete because I found another layer of thing that connected an electronic map. Thank you, with the EcoTrust land mapper, that I really didn't use before. So. And it goes on and on and on. So I say, thank you for the work. And if we need to think about the audience that we're addressing, I'm so happy we're going to have the small forest land owner office, that I hope that that's going to be the first, point of connection for many of us in the future, or maybe reinforcing that. And when in doubt, keep it simple, because I think I like to look at the onion first, peeling the first round, and the second one, there are lots of layers in the onion. And I don't want your job, thank you. But I hear that's super cool.
Josh?
Yeah, just a comment in terms of kind of some of the, at least for SFish, it gets kind of it's a bit more focused in that, it's very much has to do with fish passage and restoration work. And so, the vision there is that if you find your way to SFish, which hopefully it'll be pretty easy to get there, that there will be additional links to, some of the grant opportunities that, say, ODFW has when it comes to fish passage, as well as their new PFA sub-account, the mitigation program they'll have over there. And just so some of those other more focused grant opportunities when it comes to, say, fish passage, fish habitat restoration. So I guess maybe a question would be, you know, I saw those being kind of, you had to get to SFISH to be able to see some of those other opportunities that may be there in terms of grants, but is that something that maybe needs to be at a higher level with, you know, on the website versus a little bit further down into the weeds? So that's a question. And then just a comment on kind of the range of technology, ways to, you know, for me, I've always, going into this, I've seen it as, if someone wants to submit an SFIS application using a fax machine, that opportunity will be available. But also, you know, thinking down the road and having, you know, taking advantage of technology that, you know, if they want to be able to do it on their smartphone, that hopefully that is an option we'll have at some point as well. So just that whole range, which I know is a lot and will take some time to put together, but I'm hopeful, you know, that we can do that and just offer that range of ways to get into the program and also to learn about the program. So back to kind of my question maybe to the group is, on those additional other grant opportunities, is it okay to kind of have that buried within SFISH, or do we want it, like say, at a higher level, more readily jumping out at people?
Yeah, thank you. Very good question, because that's exactly like this whole issue. Do you need to know what you're looking for to find it? To a certain extent, it's nice to have some prompt of what you might need to know that you don't know yet. So, others? Glenn?
So, with all the talk about the website, I mean, like almost everybody, I'm just so used to now finding everything, and, you know, we talked a lot about how to make that work, and so we got to do that. But I also, in mind with what you were saying, Kate, about, well, can we have pictures of the forest or something like that? In general, this idea of the small landowner office, you think, oh, good, there's going to be more assistance for small landowners, because we just don't quite have the capacity. And we're still getting a lot of feedback that they want a known person that they know they can contact and get familiar with. And it's really difficult for a lot of our segment of our audience when the people keep shifting and they don't know who they are and they can't reach them. So if there's any way between us, between ODF and Extension and maybe others, that there's an easier way for people who aren't going to Google everything to get clear contact that they feel they can trust and rely on. And I don't know how we do that, because, you know, organizations change and lives change and people move around. There's sort of an old model of it's the same force for 20 years, which is kind of going away. But since we're not, you know, maybe able to do that, at least be able to refresh the face and keep that contact and let people know who it is, and make sure that avenue that's not Google is really there, familiar to a certain portion of people that really that. I mean, that's a challenge all over. It's having that kind of local presence, the recognizable. We know who to call, and we know that they'll call us back, and that kind of thing. So somehow we can keep that and refresh that. That would be good.
So just going off of that, on the Helping Landowners page, currently there is a helpinglandowners@oregon.gov email address that people can send emails to with all of their questions, and that will kind of prompt them to one general email box that I think mostly Nate's side of things has been kind of looking into with those emails. And we've had the discussion about, would it be easier to, for instance, if someone gets to the SFISH page and they have questions, you know, if they want Josh's picture up there and his email address and his phone number, but then if Josh isn't available, having some sort of general broad email box that's monitored daily so that people are gotten back to in a particularly quick manner. Is that kind of something that you're looking for? Something that, you know, like an email address that people can send questions to, or are you thinking more like specific person, specific time, date kind of a thing?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, that's fair.
It's a
Yeah.
combination.
Yeah.
Whether it's email or phone or however, when people just have a reliable connection with somebody recognizable and responsiveness, and sometimes that gets lost and people get lost.
Yeah, so the whole purpose behind behind, well, point up there, that map that has the stewardship foresters on there. Is, years ago, we decided as an agency that the first point of contact to ODF would be that stewardship forester. And then they handle whatever question that landowner had. And then if they came up with something that they couldn't answer, then they'd get a hold of the staff in Salem. So I still lean that direction, is I'd like to have that first point of contact there. And what Glenn's getting after is he's like, you know, when somebody calls up the ODF office there in Forest Grove, I would hope that whoever answers the phone would say, okay, that's Brent 09 or that. So, and then just connect them directly to that person. Then Brent would know, hopefully 90% of the answers, and then the other 10%, he can come talk to us about it. That's where we want to try and get those forces. I don't want people to come to Salem first, because then it gets really confusing as to what that happens. So, but a lot of the landowners do like the fact that they know their stewardship forester. They get to know them. I was talking to, I can't remember who it was the other day. He said when he worked for private industry, the first thing he did when he got his job, when he started his job in an area, he immediately went to the ODF office and said, "This is where I'm working. Which stewardship forester is it?" And they give him a name, number. And he walked out of the building. He knew who to go talk to. So how to get that to the small woodland owners is a bit more of a challenge, because they go to the website or they Google them and they end up here in Salem, and we're like, well, okay, we kind of want you out. We want you out of the district. So we got to try and get to go back out to the district for that particular district if we can. I don't know how to. If we can figure that out, it'd be great.
And that would be a reason to, like, I started early on kind of going, don't bury, find your stewardship forester. Make sure that that's, you know, even maybe above a general topic. It's like, you know, find your local person kind of thing, whether it's your SFO forester or your steward. And most people aren't going to know the difference right away, or maybe ever. I mean, I think some of that's going to feel really confusing, and it's like, even if it's still a local person, they can go, hey, let me shout down the hall, or well, everybody kind of works in not out in their truck somewhere, but I think those are the connections though that make a difference, and it's the faces and the familiarity.
And so maybe part of that, and Tim, remind me, so that helping landowners page, is that going to be maintained, or is that going to be replaced by this new structure?
We're looking at replacing that.
Okay, so one thing
to go
that
into the SFO.
Yeah, and so one thing that might be helpful is at the very top of that page, saying something to the extent of, you know, Oregon Department of Forestry has a great resource for all of the landowners in Oregon, having people right there in your local area that can provide answers to your questions, and like right at the top linking to find your stewardship forester, right at the very top, and really highlighting that as a huge asset and resource to landowners, and then covering like the financial incentives and other things, but like at the very top, front and center, you know, saying that is the first line of as a resource to the landowner community. That might help as we think about how to structure that page, and so that people are first thinking, oh, I've got a local person here. You know, if I've got a real specific question about my property, yada yada yada, you know, they're who I need to talk to. If they just want to learn something else about general programs that the state has to offer, you know, then they can go down the rabbit hole and keep searching on the website. But letting folks know that this is a critical asset and resource for landowners right at the top, I think might be.
People, not just government.
Like, we are people here to help.
I think those are good comments, and I think sometimes kind of get lost that, you know, we're a customer service organization, and the best way to do that is interpersonal communication, you know, one-on-one, way better than being stuck in a phone tree, so to speak, like you do with other commercial entities. So I think whatever we can do to do that, I think, speak for leadership, that part of it's here, that I think that's our focus is, you know, better customer service, so to speak, and how we can take these tools that we have and the limited resources we have to make that the most effective. That's why I think conversations like this are really good to help kind of point us and keep us directed This way that helps you. And the last thing I'll say on that too, if there's any better way to communicate if people have issues where, you know, whether it's hearing impaired or they need a fax or they need it in a different language, just have it out there. I'm sure we can meet it. I've never heard any of our program managers deny anything when somebody asks for a hard copy or have it mailed to them, snail mail, or get it in a different language if that's critical. Whatever the need is, be sure to reach out, let us know. If we know the need, then we can meet it. It's hard. People just gripe kind of behind the behind the scenes, so to speak, and we don't know there's an issue. So we really appreciate when people identify that. It helps us reach out better.
Mauricio?
Yes, thank you. One more note about what Ben was talking about, and then trying to prevent or working on preventing the transformation or the conversion of forest land into something else. And the pressure from a small landowner, it's there and it's real. Because the infrastructure of timber, the harvesting, the price, especially on the east side, where we have lost many of the mills. It's hard to find the loggers. It's hard to find the lowboy. It's hard to find the trucker. And so the prices are low. So the reality is that on paper, the assets are there and there are many. In reality, for somebody that it may not have the same energy they had when they had 35 years of age, it becomes an easy choice to look at real estate rather than forest management long-term plans. A real estate decision is simple. There are a lot of people that are looking for land and looking for land for recreational purposes, not really for forest management or timber management or not. So that is super real. I mean, hay is $250 a ton now here. I mean, so, you know, what it was marginal forest land can become, for the time being, or maybe forever, a little more appealing to cut a few more trees down and put some more alfalfa instead of those. So these pressures are there today. That conversation is super important, in my opinion. I don't have a solution, but I've seen it around myself, ourselves, and even talking to our kids and neighbors. They really, you know, again, it goes back to the infrastructure. The infrastructure, especially on our east side, incredibly thin. It's and the trees are not as friendly as they are on the western side. They grow slowly. I mean, we are trying to speed them up in every way we can, but they keep on growing very slowly. So it's almost a generational, I mean, harvesting is almost a generational activity. I harvested last time on my place in 2018. The reality is the next time the harvest will come, it's not going to be me. It's going to be my kids, because it's going to 25. So we need to plan a generational succession of the knowledge, the thing, and the decisions, assuming that by then the infrastructure will be present. It's challenging. It's not like having an annual crop where the little income keeps on coming. There are big chunks of potential income, but they don't keep on coming. Harvesting one load of logs is not a reality today. Nobody's going to come up to help you to take a load of logs or of timber. So that conversation that Ben just hinted to is incredibly important. And the pressure from real estate is huge, because there is a huge value on that. It is growing all the time.
Good thoughts. Any more comments on website? Thanks again. Thanks for having our discussion twice, because it's a topic of interest, as you can see. I had one other thing from earlier I just wanted to mention about the disproportionate impact, and maybe giving some help on thinking of specific lands that are being impacted or situations on the ground there. That input on that, I think, should go straight to Ben Darmling, and that they're trying to finish that up by the end of February. So if you have thoughts sooner rather than later, that'd be great. Anyone else wanted anything now on that topic? Or? Okay. Let's see. Upcoming meeting schedule. Our next meeting is March 23rd. We're switching to these quarterly meetings, a little bit longer, with with some briefings, the opportunities to stay updated in between, like on the legislative session from other department briefings. Any comments on meeting structure? And agenda topics.
They'll probably definitely have legislative topics.
Yeah, probably for the next meeting. Other ideas for the next topics for upcoming meetings?
Yeah.
I'm going to say, put on the table the new tax structures they're talking about on harvest taxes and property forest taxes that they talk about revenue streams.
Yeah, I think it's I agree.
Anything
Yeah.
that's involved around that would be a positive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is so much a topic as something to hold in our minds, but I was thinking when Amanda brought up, we've been trying to be, and we brought it up a lot at our last report to the Board of Forestry, that we want it to be useful for them, be a resource. And since they're going to these more quarterly meetings as well, it's just like, how do we do that in a proactive sort of rather than reactive way? So I remember we were talking about that when we were setting our own schedule. So set in our minds, how do we do that? You know, what does the time look like between now and March? Are there any things we need to be raising? You know, whether it's like email then or whatever.
Well, yeah, and I mean, with the conversation on the FPFO, it got me thinking of, should we be proactively putting something together to present to the board for their consideration of inclusion in the FPFO? Like, should we be proactive on that front rather than waiting for them to ask us for something, which they've got so many other things going on. I mean, what is the likelihood that that would occur, right?
Yeah. So that could something maybe like circulate whatever they have in progress before our March meeting, and then have a conversation about what we think and come up with something at our March meeting where we could have, again, majority and minority views. It could just be different input points from us. Does that sound like something that is interesting? I don't know what might exist in time for us to review it before our March meeting. But if there were something, we could do that. And if they didn't have something like that for our March meeting, we could push it ahead to another meeting.
Yeah, or something. I just, I'm trying to think again how we can be useful in their work plan and the things that they are actively working on, which not all of them have to do with family forest landowners. Like, there's a lot of stuff on the forest management plan and state side with implementation plans, and that's really the State Forest Advisory Committee is the committee that they work with on those things. But the FPFO probably is the biggest thing that they're engaged in right now that could potentially benefit from some proactive engagement with us.
Yeah, I'm doing a little thumbs up here. I like the idea of being proactive. I think it's an area we get of input. Other people thumbs up, or yeah, seeing any thumbs up in there. Okay. So,
And excuse me, can I make one more suggestion? Sometimes we're going to have people online that may not be familiar with all the acronyms that we use. And in order for us to share at liquid level, it would be cool if when we use an acronym, we spell it out once. So what is the acronym you just used?
I think the Forestry Plan for Oregon, which is the strategic plan.
Cool. We assume knowledge, especially online, but I think it'll be nice to remind each other that at least once in a conversation, if we use an acronym, we should spell it out for the people that may not be as familiar.
Very good point, and always needing to be reminded, so thank you.
And will we still be, when will we do our annual presentation? Will that be in?
Because of the change to quarterly meetings that we had talked about, Mike and I talked about doing that in September, doing the presentation to the board in September. I think our charter says that new members we elected in June, so I think that could just be a consent item maybe in July, I think, Board of Forestry meeting. Their meetings have changed a little too. But anyway, there's usually been the election of members and the presentation of the annual report in July. The meeting structure is changing, so I'm thinking that we'd have like the election of new members whenever it fits the Board of Forestry. And then we do in September our report, because that gives us one summer meeting to prepare it and then one to present in September.
We can have more CFF meetings too if we need to.
Yeah, we can have special meetings, yeah. Good point.
So I've got a question from Maurizio. Did you
Yes.
say you had you say you have an active fax machine that you still use?
No, I actually have two. I have one with thermal paper. I have one with thermal paper and one with normal paper, and I am not gonna give them away because I remember when I saw the first one, it changed. My dad actually bought one of the first to do his business, and he showed me this thing, and we sent in a fax to some people in Saudi Arabia. They were doing construction there, and he said, "Can you believe that they can have a signature coming back through the phone line?" And we stared at this piece of paper coming out, and it was incredible. So that's I'm giving away my time a little bit here, but it's still a magical thing for me. Two. So the answer is two. I have two.
Yeah. I'll just add that lawyers love fax machines, because remember, like, to sign documents on agreements is a revolution. So I'm with you, Mauricio. I was thinking to follow up on Amanda's thought, like what next steps might be if the forestry plan for Oregon, we want to provide some just proactive input, say this will relate to us, so we'd like to provide some input and just put something together and then put that forward to the board. So maybe the first step would be asking Ben if there is something that sort of consolidates their current thinking, the board's current thinking on it, circulate it to this group, and then come to our next meeting in March prepared to discuss, to present some thoughts on what our comments are, and then go over that and try and come up with some recommendations. Again, it could be different points, not necessarily agreement, but majority, minority, or just different opinions all recorded. That sound like a next step? And we can push it out if the Board of Forestry doesn't have something for us to consider before March. That okay with folks? Happy to have comments. Okay.
And one thing on that, and I don't know, I probably might steal a little bit of thunder from Ricky.
Yeah.
But they just came out, OFRI just came out with their new forest tax. And so there's obviously always really great information in there about the importance of the small forest landowner component, you know, as it relates to acres in the state, harvest, you know, as far as, you know, how much small forest landowners provide of the total harvest in the state, and things like that. So that's a good resource as well, and recently it's updated, so.
Yeah, it just came in, so it's available online. You can order it for free through our website, and we'll send you as many as you want.
So thanks. I think that's a good segue into our next agenda item, which is roundtable, which is anyone has, you know, new things going on, information they want to share.
Well, I'll bring up our Small Woodlands Association out of Lake County. We have our annual meeting tomorrow, and going through basically our business agenda, but we also have NCRS making a presentation on the funding they have available through their programs to assist small landowners with management plans, or basically to mitigate fire hazards on their farms. That's tomorrow, and basically a positive time after the shutdown for the last 2 years, where we had a little opportunity together. So step forward in that process.
Launching a new website, and it's like links to the ODF site are there, and I'm putting things like our family Forestlands, our meetings, and Board of Forestry meetings, our ongoing calendar. Actually, awesome. And Rick would tell us that too, that there's going to be a new website being launched for off of statewide as well. So we're all trying to figure out how do we reach everybody and figure out how to provide some of this, maybe keep connecting back to one another, because I mean there's a whole, I mean it takes a village to raise a child. It's like it's a different kind of village to raise a forest, but or keep it healthy and resilient. But there are a lot of us. I've never gotten over it. When Tia and I first started looking, we were like, oh my God, the amount of resources that are available to Oregon woodland owners is astonishing, but it's that, how do you find it? So we'll try to do our part too.
Yeah. Rick?
Yeah, hi, everyone. I just wanted to let you know the disproportionate impacts. We've been meeting with Mike Kroon and his crew, and Ben has been on that call. The PFA is pretty vague about defining that. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And one of the questions is identifying those landowners. The case studies that Ben's talking about, we're working on. We have already several in hand. But one of the questions is, what's the remedy? And what can the rulemaking process do? So we've been closely involved in that, and we will be reaching out for more case studies and that sort of thing. But again, it's the big issue is going to be laying those filters over the map and finding out where those landowners are. So that's progress and a lot of work, and we'll keep you posted as that go. But Mike and his team, growing team, is doing a great job of listening to folks on that, and I think we're making progress in a couple of weeks of working together. The second thing again is and this is my usual, the Family Forest Convention will be in Estacada in June, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and we're just about getting ready to send out the first round of the calendar. But Friday is the education day with great tours in Clackamas. If you haven't been there, or even if you have, it's going to be really good. And then Saturday is the Oregon Tree Farmer of the Year at Dave Bugney's place. And lunch is provided, and we've got capacity to handle a good crowd. So I'd like to invite all of you to join us for that tour or come out for the event. It's going to be a really nice weekend. So thank you.
I can give an update from the association. So we already mentioned earlier our memorandum of agreement that we have with Oregon Department of Forestry in relation to our professional logger program and providing training for our members and just educational opportunities on forest practices. We also have a contract with OSU Extension now, and so they're going to be providing an 8-hour day on sustainable forestry, silviculture, talks about soil health and mitigation measures and harvesting and different things like that. So that's a whole new portion of our professional logger program that never existed before. So I'm really excited to be working with both of those entities on developing content, to be able to contextualize it to the right audience, talking about the right things for the right people at the right level. So really excited about that. And then we have our big convention coming up this weekend. So, that plus session starting yesterday has been a bit crazy in my life, but we're really excited about that as well. And we do have Thomas Whittington and Greg Erb coming from the Department of Forestry to talk about the stream rules, the steep slope rules, and the new road rules to our members, to kind of get them ready now that we have a little bit more context and understanding with the rules being passed by the board. So I'm excited for that. Another thing that's interesting for this group, perhaps, is I sit on the National and Working Land Stakeholder Advisory Committee to the Oregon Global Warming Commission. That's within the Oregon Department of Energy. And so that group is working with the Oregon Global Warming Commission on a few different things. One of them that we just got developed is a request for quotation for a workforce and training needs assessment related to natural climate solutions and doing like climate smart forestry, ag practices in the natural resource sectors. So as it relates to small woodland owners, where there may be training needs or training gaps on practices and things, you know, obviously there's a lot of things offered through tree school and other things, but this is going to do, there's going to be a comprehensive assessment on, you know, what currently exists, what maybe needs to be enhanced. Are there regional areas that are not getting specific information? Are there gaps? Things like that. So that's going to be something to look out for. It's just a request for quotation right now. So looking for researchers and different entities that can provide some proposals on how that type of an assessment would even be conducted, right? And then some funding around that. What are funding needs to be able to achieve that? What's the timeline look like? What's the questions being asked? You know, things like that. Like, how would this actually be done? So it's not a request for proposal, it's a request for quotation at this point. So I don't know exactly how it's all gonna come out. I think the group is gonna look at you know, what we get back from potential entities that could do this type of a study, and then, you know, we'll discuss and see how, you know, we can work those different ideas into a request for proposal. So that is pretty interesting. Along with that, the group is also, we're currently working on a definitions paper, kind of a straw man document to look at different definitions around national working lands, natural climate solutions, and our sectors. Different people have vastly different ideas of how things should be defined. So it's been very interesting because it's a really diverse stakeholder group that's on this committee. So we're working on that, and then we're also going to be starting to look, because we need to do that first in order to start some discussions around inventory and creating a baseline assessment for natural and working lands greenhouse gas assessments. So anyway, so that's some of the work happening there. And then lastly, we're going to be moving into a next phase once we get this kind of definition done and start to develop these requests for proposals on the inventory side. We're also looking at defining and listing different climate smart practices, right, in the different natural resource sectors. So that includes the forest sector, ag, and fisheries and blue carbon as well. So looking at kind of all three of those. And there's probably more than that, but those are kind of, I guess, the broad topics. So there's a lot of work in that space, and there are some folks on there that there's at least one individual who does own, this is a small woodland owner, he's representing, I think, the ag community, and owns Forestlands as well. But so there are some folks on there that do have perspectives that could be representative of folks here. But obviously that space and that body of work has a huge connection with the overall small woodland, you know, family forest land community, and how folks choose to manage their land, what practices they choose to do on their property, you know, depending on what your goals and objectives are over the long term. What your forest management plan says, or how you might want to, you know, adjust a forest management plan if you do want to do something a little bit more, something that recognizes climate as a higher priority, or carbon as a higher priority. So anyways, there's a lot of work happening in that space within the Oregon Global Warming Commission through this stakeholder committee. So if you are interested in that work or want to know more, I can definitely link you up there. But meetings are open to the public, so folks can always join. But if this group wants to get more connected or have somebody come speak about those topics, we could definitely invite Kathy McDonald, who's the chair of the Oregon Global Warming Commission, and or concurrently like Danny Norlander, who engages with that work from the department side. So just letting folks know that there's kind of a lot happening in that space. And there's a bunch of bills related to that and trying to work into the climate change conversation, biogenic carbon, sequestration, things like that, that weren't initially included in Kate Brown's Executive Order 2004 on climate and the Climate Protection Program. That didn't include biogenic emissions from fire or sequestration from things like forests and doing good forest management. So lots happening in that space that has overlap with family forest lands there.
And we have a lot of overlap with family forest landowners that are part of the tree farm system, because there's a whole segment about carbon in that program by now as well.
Yeah.
So,
and SFI completely updated their standards, and they've got a lot in there as well on carbon and climate smart forestry, and about the cadre of decisions you can make as a landowner to be able to achieve any sort of objective in how you can.
Feels like those are good conversations for us to be a part of, rather than, because we're part of that climate solution, not the enemy in climate change. So.
Yeah, so as I get documents there, I'd be happy to share them with this group if folks wanted to review them, or just I can share the website with you, Wendy, to share out, you and Mike, just so people can kind of poke around.
Yeah, that was a good summary of what's underway. Yeah. Others, are people interested in maybe having Catherine McDonald come and talk about what's going on there? Or I think Danny's spoken to us about it before, but it's interesting having someone else.
Yeah, and I think since we had Danny come speak to us, I think he probably spoke just about either the climate change and carbon plan at the department and or the natural and working lands proposal that the Oregon Global Warming Commission did. Now this work is kind of taking that step one step further. And so there's been a lot of change and new work happening in that space, I think, since Danny's spoken to us.
It could be nice if she came and talked, naturally focusing more on forest working lands.
And she's with the Nature Conservancy, and so that's what she focuses on anyway. So, yeah.
This is Scott. I kind of a comment on the carbon. This is Scott. Actually, it would be good to have her come speak. Nature Conservancy and American Forest Foundation co-started their new carbon program back in the Appalachians. And they're rolling out, actually, the Board of Trustees, AFF, just is changing their focus to carbon and family landowners as a solution to climate change. And I'll send that letter out, just came out from Angela Wells, who's the ATFS coordinator, but it's a pretty big deal. So.
Thanks, Scott. And Mauricio?
Yeah, I have a question, Amanda. Do you know if we have some data, some I said tangible data on some practices? Example, what is the carbon difference between lighting the match on a slash pile and using a grinding mulching machine that burns X many gallons of diesel fuel per hour, plus the machine itself, plus, so, I mean, are there comparison, pragmatic, tangible comparison that have been, data that have been accumulated already?
There is a lot of science and studying in this space. I don't know of any sort of study that looks at those two things off the top of my head. But there is a lot of data that will be utilized in the creation of these documents and plans. So yeah, I don't know anything exactly like that, Mauricio, but yeah, there is a lot of studying in this space.
I was going back. Yeah, I was going back to previous conversation. Keep it simple. If a landowner has to have a clear image in front of them, if I do this, this is what is going to happen. If I do it that way, this is what's going to happen. It kind of a boiling down to simple choices based on knowledge that we have that could make, anyway, thank you. So yes, totally willing to learn more.
Yep. Yeah, and then one other thing kind of related to that work, sort of on the example that Mauricio gave, Associated Oregon Loggers is also pretty heavily engaged at the federal level, working on biomass and the use of biomass to produce transportation fuel. Right now, there's a prohibition from federal feedstocks to be able to utilize a credit that makes the whole economy really make sense. So we're working and trying to find some policy mechanisms to address that federal prohibition from that feedstock within that program at the federal level. So just kind of one other thing, which right now, I mean, if you're a small woodland owner, you currently could, your biomass on your land would be eligible for that credit, but without kind of addressing this federal issue, the marketplace will never really get up and running in this area of the U.S. because we have so much federal land that we need to have access to all that wood to be able to have enough to produce, to create the market. So if we're able to get that solved and create this new marketplace, it would open up the availability for more work on all landowners in the state to be able to address, for instance, our fuel buildup issues and activity splash and things like that, actually having a market for that rather than having to burn it or having it off gas just on your property through just letting it sit and rot or whatever.
So I think it sounds great if you have a possibility of being Kathy McDonald to talk about these issues, and I've seen some nodding and okays, so maybe you and Mike and Heather could coordinate and see if you could get that on our agenda for March, or if not, later. Sound okay? Thanks. Yeah, Glenn?
Just printed 16,000 tree school catalogs. And
yes.
15,000 get mailed, the rest get distributed. I forgot to stop by the office to bring a bundle here, which I could have. They arrived yesterday. So we normally spread bundles around the different physical locations, including ODF Salem and the district office. So that's big news. We're planning on it at Clackamas Community College, and a lot of folks are going to be there. I have classes on forest carbon, among other things, and climate change. But the PFA and forest practices rules will be on the list as well. And also I'm working with Rick Zen and Dave Bugney on the program for the Family Forest Convention in Escada. Of course, that's in my territory, so we're in that together, June 22nd to 24th. Also having a PFA session there. I just emailed Nathan and Rebecca about that too. And probably there'll be booths and exhibitors there at Escada High School. So yeah, and then the seedling program, I'm still trying to be the kind of the middleman with Astria and the Department of Seedling program, and the ordering system came online in December, and they closed out the orders on last week, that's the 12th. So we're kind of on the edge of our seats to see how many people will place orders, and of course it's getting to be pretty short time frames to distribute those, and that's been a challenge for people to plan what they're going to do. I'm going to actually touch base with Astria after this meeting, where we're at with having, gone through the doors and let everyone know if they've got what they ordered. But there's over 300,000 seedlings coming from that program, and I had about 100 people on my list that expressed some interest in that. So we're going to see how that shakes out. The biggest challenge with all that is just being ready to plant and having people to help, as well as knowing when you're in difficult situations. Still, that program definitely is providing some seedlings, but it seems kind of like a drop in the bucket compared to what is out there that's needed. But I think we really need to do some kind of both a 10,000-foot level and an on-the-ground level, connecting with people to see where things are at, because going into those third third year after the 2020 fires of the jungle out there, you know. And it just gets harder and harder to deal with that. A lot of folks just aren't able to even start thinking about it or get connected with the help they need, you know, until 2 or 3 years out. So. There's more money and more programs hitting the ground, but, you know, it's just this escalating difficulty of dealing with the situation. And get to it in the first years. Yeah, we understand that. But there's only so much that I'll do with the availability of labor is a big one, I think. But we're wanting to help a lot of people that only plant a few hundred. You know, that's feasible. Help them get it done through their networks, and, you know, without being able to find a contractor. But there's so many more who need a contractor. Contractors are also bringing lots of new people in, and I think there's questions about quality control and landowners' ability to effectively communicate. Get it done the way that they think it ought to be done, and what it takes. And that's something else on our list too. But how much can we do to connect with those contractors? Time that they need when they're bringing a bunch of. I feel like everyone needs a consulting forester. You know, it's the real challenge is that people need to have a forester to help them. I mean, so many people that are asking for help. Everyone who's not asking for help, presumably they're finding ways to get it done, and there's thousands of them that are. There's probably still thousands that aren't. And I just kind of breaks my heart that I can't be on the ground forester for everyone. That's not my job. I've talked to consultants about taking on these folks. They can't handle it. They don't have the time, and they're not, and even if people can afford to pay them. So there's the limit in the availability of foresters, there's limited availability of labor. So it just looms large in my mind. We're working on it, but something to think about because it's not going away.
Actually, props to you and Lauren and Alicia. They did a meeting, a hybrid reforestation after the fire workshop that was, you know, spanning a good chunk of the state. And I mean, great. I thought that actually, having seen all of the earlier workshops of after the fire, but coming in going, well, this is what it could look like 2 years, 2, 3 years later. Here's what your vegetation's going to look like. Here's, I mean, that's, I think, one of the even larger issues that looms for people is like how you've been prepared to plant that poor little seedling, because they're not very big. And, you know, the grasses are, you know, so, but you guys did I thought that was it was an outstanding workshop. We went to be supportive. I mean, it's not like we're not doing stuff already, but there are people that really, they're barely have their heads above ground level already, and, you know, starting to think about it now, it's so late to even think about it. So, I mean, kudos to you for continuing to keep forward. And we did test out the ordering system with a small number of seedlings. So from an on-the-ground user, I'll kind of give you feedback as time moves on in terms of having ordered a handful.
Send that to Astrid.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll just but mostly to pay attention. We partly did it just to see what would happen.
Yeah, no, it's important. It's difficult for the department to suddenly be a seeding broker because that's not what they normally do. And I think a lot of those challenges for Astrid was, well, how do we set this up, you know, and get it to work, and they have to go work with the IT department, et cetera. So I understand those challenges. And so years ago, there was a nursery that set up a My Saplings collaborative to bulk order, put together aggregate orders. But that was a private enterprise that was kind of doing it because he was a nursery person that understood the problem, and he, out of his own time and volunteering, he put together this service, and then that kind of went away. But we need something like that, and the private sector ought to run it, or somehow, you know, it doesn't work well for government to run that, I don't think. Yeah, we're the ones that are in place to do it because nobody else is doing it. So something to think about, is maybe a way to reinvent that process.
So part of this, just kind of add to what I'm saying is, you know, if we could get ahead of this game and kind of the reason I want to kind of keep this seedling program going is so the next time the legislature comes and says, what do you need? You can say, this is what we need and outline it, rather than them saying, here's some money, go do this. And I'm trying to figure out what this is that they just gave me. And spend too much time trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
So I want to get ahead of that and say, this is what I need and here's the cost associated with everything. Turn that in and say, and this will take care of this issue over here. It's kind of, that's where I'd like to get to, be more proactive,
Yeah, we could
rather than
build it.
reactive.
You could build it from the ground up instead of kind of having the legislature say, you know, seedlings and nurseries, which is all they funded basically.
Yeah.
They didn't fund the rest of the infrastructure needed to do, you know, to help the landowner get where they're. Yeah, that's on my mind a lot. Is this week we're trying to resolve that and distribute seedlings next month.
Yeah, and we are working on the workforce issue at the federal level in relation to reforestation. A lot of our members utilize the H-2B visa program for migrant workers, and so there are some pretty tough caps on those programs, as well as just issues at the border and different things. And so with the House flipping, there's some opportunities to try to address some of those things and get more forestry titles really getting looked at. So AOL is engaged at the federal level on that issue as well. And I think I reported to this group in the past about some legislative concepts that we were working on in relation to dealing with workforce. And so those are still in the drafting process, but we're looking at opportunities to try to get them passed, looking at probably some type of a work group or something at the department to address workforce in particular with contracted services, so not just reforestation, but firefighting and forest operations of kind of all kinds. And so that's something I'll continue to give you an update if there is one to give, but that's still in the drafting process right now. For you guys to support, I'll let you know.
All right. All right, that brings us to the hour. So thank you everyone for being here. Thanks especially to our staff, the ODF staff who are supporting us. Thanks so much. You up there
One
also?
quick last thing.
Yes,
Just
fine.
for Senate Bill 762, the Certified Burn Manager Program, the advisory committee nominations are due the end of this month. Then they plan to stand up the program in the spring sometime. And the big thing for that for small forest landowners, that a certified bird manager will be able to burn across ownership lots, so they can do several lots at one time. They're a certified bird manager. They still have to follow all the plans, but that was part of Senate Bill 762. So I mentioned that. Committee nominations are due the end of this month, and those forms are online if anybody's interested. Yeah. The wildfire risk map is coming again. That's going to be a multi-agency outreach event. I don't have any dates or times, but that's still being worked.
And one just a quick invitation, if any of you are at the Oregon Logging Conference, we should all go and say hello to each other at each other's booths. So we'd invite you over to, the Oregon Limited Timber booth, or if you're looking for an awesome meal and an auction and fundraising for science-based forestry education in Oregon. That auction is the night before the logging conference starts on February 22nd. Check all that stuff out. And we'll come and visit you guys too. We'll cheerlead for one another.
One quick question. There's another grant round for the fields reduction for Senate Bill 762 going on. Where do I find looking for
the landscape resiliency grants? Or?
Yeah, is that the only thing in this round, is landscape resiliency?
There is no additional round.
Well, someone called me about an application due at the end of the month they said it was under SB 762.
That might be the certified burn manager.
Yeah. No,
that's the only thing I know that's at the end of the month.
Okay, so there isn't a new round because maybe they were mistaken about it being SB 762.
Jenna Trenadu would be the point of contact.
And all that,
Yeah, if you want to zip Jenna email, she could. For sure.
Well, yeah, it was the Estacada Fire Department, and they were applying for a program to.
It might be through OSFM.
Oh, that's what it was. I bet that's what it is.
Yeah, because they have their community risk reduction grant program, so it might be that. I don't know their timeline, but,
They said SB sub 62, but they also said OSFM.
well, and they got money through 762 OSFM did for community risk reduction.
That's it. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, all of our
I will
levels.
get you the answer that you need.
All right, thanks again, all. Goodbye, us virtual crew. What? Oh, I have to close the meeting. Sorry, I didn't officially say I now close the meeting. Goodbye, all. I close the meeting. Thank you, Mike.